Hello, hello, hello. I believe we are ready to go. Have my hair down. Have bird sounds and messy hair today. Let's freaking go. We have to finish this book because Japan is tired of my shit. He needs me to finish this so we can do some hell diving. I just washed it though. I haven't put it up in a ponytail yet. Nice and dry. Fantastic. All right, so we're getting to the end of this book no matter what. I'm still reading. Keep reading. Keep reading. Okay, it wanted me to return it. We're using the archive.org destination void. Let me give you the link to this place. Ancient archive. I don't need you. You're too loud over there. All right. Discord. Japan Spits. Japan Spits on YouTube. Like the dog. Well, Nightbot, you better be awake. Please, please. I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say damn it. Okay, I said it, but I mean it was. There's Japan Spits. My hair's so messy. Okay, so social didn't come up yet. Oh, keep touching the microphone. But the Nightbot is on the case. Interesting. Why did Japan work and not the other ones? Well, I mean, that's good. At least we got Japan Spit's name out there. Shout out to Japan Spitz. He's started to do shorts, so check. I mean, keep an eye out for those as well. You're gonna hear me yapping. He already has one out. Just exploding me with a car against the wall. Good enough. I don't care. Mm, but do you care? Do you care about my messy hair, chat? Guess I could get it out of the way. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Good morning and welcome. We're still waiting for Nightbot to wake up. Where the heck are you, Nightbot? Social. Give us our Instagram and oh, it's just the link tree. Oh, duh. I'm so stupid. I don't even remember my own commands. Duh. The other way around, chat. Although to say YouTube and Instagram is kind of weird. I just realized that now. I probably should change that to Twitch. Check us out on Twitch and Instagram. Linktree Satyen621. Where's Discord? Nightbot. Nightbot. Come on. Come on. Things that I could have done 10 minutes ago. Come on, Nightbot. Discord. 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 Nightbot. It's I think it failed. I think it only retrieved the one command, which is very weird because yesterday I was able to do all three at well, yesterday no, the day before. The day before I was able to do all three at once. Mm. Perfect. Dum dum. dum dum dum. So in jazz, it seems like you go through the initial tune, and then you go through like everyone gets their solos. Everyone that wants their solos gets their solos. Not everyone wants a solo. And then you go back to the main tune and you finish it off. Dum da 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 dum 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 da 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 dum da 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 dum 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 da dum. Dee 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 dim dim dee 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 dim dim dee dee dim dim dee dim dee dim dee dee dim dee dee dim la da 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 dum 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 da da dum da dum da dum da dum dum da dum dum da dum bum 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 dum Be-dee-dee-dim, be-dee-dim, be-dee-dim, na-na-na-na-na, meow, 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 do, 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 meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 na, 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 she dee 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 dee, she just doesn't see. Something like that. All right, let's get this thing freaking tied off and get this book freaking read so we can do some gaming later. Japan was like, "Are you done with that book yet?" And I was like, "That book? Our book that we're reading? You don't care about it? It's just that book?" I didn't say all that, but the wave of emotions, you know. Such a good book, chat. It's such a good book. All right, good enough. Rubbing your ass over there. Oh my. This little. Hey, get over here. All right. Second thing second. Say hi to Merida. Oh my god. She got comfortable immediately. Hi. Hi. Say hi. She want nothing else. Hello. I'll give you kisses. Stop trying to stick your tongue in my mouth. Gross. Hello. She's just not having it. She wants what she wants. Belly rub time. All right, chat. We got to start reading. All right, little lady. We got to start reading. Sorry, I just want to pet your head. Sorry, sorry, sorry. All right, 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 all right. I put you back. Boy. All right. I think we're finally ready to do the damn thing. And put my comb over here. Oh, duh. Excuse me. Liberty, it's so hot. It's so freaking hot. Oh. All right, whatever. Whatever. We're here. We're doing the damn thing. It's still messy, but it's better. Yes, yes, I hear you. What's going on? Got to get back to Twitch broadcasting. I got some big old message for me. Yeah, where are we? 22. All right. So fantastically, Internet Archives leaves it right where I left it. Which I mean, you would expect in the modern era, right? I'm amazed, but it should be a basic feature. How do we make this thing full screen? Oh yeah, that's it. There we go. All right, so the Upanishads. Ooh, we're doing some. Yes. Sorry. She's deciding where she wants this. Uh huh. Uh huh. Okay. Okay. I'm waiting for this to cool down. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Dum dum da dum da da dum. Dee 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 dee. Dim dim dee dim dee dee dim dee 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 dim dee 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 dim dee 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 dim. Dee 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 dee. Close enough. Well, it's so hot. Oh, there's still a little to go, but let's get started. Chapter 22. Beyond the senses, there are objects. Beyond objects, there is mind. Beyond the mind, there is intellect. Beyond the intellect, there is the great self. Katha Upanishad, excerpt for instruction of Chaplain psychiatrists. So, uh, Raha Flattery had to read these and memorize these things. We're not awake. During Flattery's watch, the words haunted him. Timberlake had muttered something about damn Joker and gone off to finish his sleep in his quarters. But Flattery, dividing his attention between the console and the overhead screen that showed the shop with Prudence and Bickle at work there, felt the ship assume a curious identity in his mind. He felt as though he and the others were merely cells of a larger organism, that the telltales, the dials and gauges and sensors, the omnipresent visual intercom, all these were senses and nerves and organs of something apart from himself. We are not awake. We keep skirting that thought, Flattery reflected. Bickle's voice talking to Prudence in the shop. Here's the main trunk to handle negative feedback. Follow the color code and tie it in across there. Here's the damper circuit. We have to watch. We don't introduce reverberating cycles into the random neural paths. And Prudence talking half to herself. The human skull encloses about 15,000 million neurons. I've extrapolated from our building blocks and the computer. We're going to wind up with more than twice that number in this beast. Their voices were like echoes in Flattery's mind. Bickle. Think of a threshold to be overcome. Several kinds of pressure will overcome that threshold. They're the pressures involved in entropy, or the pressures of proliferating variability. Call that one life. Entropy on one side, life on the other. Each drives past the threshold at a certain pressure level. When one gets through, that turns on the conscious factor. Prudence. Which is it? Homeostat or filter? Bickle. Both. Flattery thought then of the total ship, the great machine whose continued life required a certain optimum organization, an ordering process that involved entropy, certainly because the system of the total ship tended to settle into a uniform distribution of its energies. As far as the ship is concerned, order is more natural than chaos, Flattery thought, but we're playing the ship as though all its parts were an orchestra, and Bickle, the director. Bickle alone has the score to achieve the music we want. Consciousness. Bickle. I tell you, Prue, consciousness has to be something that flows against the current of time, time in which it's embedded. Prudence. I don't know. When a cell block fires, that setup is an impulse. The impulse divides and forms a multi-branch structure with a single stem. In the nerve nets, the embedding space. The stem contains the original firing, of course, and you have the transmission shooting out through four-dimensional space. It includes time, Bickle, and consciousness is like a boat breasting that flow. Prudence. Against the flow, you have to include time in the diagram, certainly, but the firing and branching are like a complex solid pushed into time, like the veins in a four-dimensional leaf. Bickle. Think of the ship's AAT system. What's that? The thing takes hundreds of duplicates on a single message, and all the duplicates having been transmitted in a single compressed burst, a single firing, and it slows them down, compares them, breaks off the error stems, and passes along to you the translated corrected message. Prudence. Consciousness doesn't enter the picture until the message reaches the human receiver. Bickle. Negative feedback, Prue. Input adjusted to the output. If the system malfunctions, the human operator repairs it, like repairing a a dam in a stream, so you catch a significant amount of the flow. Prudence. Looking up from a length of neuron fibers she was feeding into the micro manipulator. Consciousness. A kind of negative feedback? Bickle. You ever think, Prue, that negative feedback is the most terrifying perfectionist in the universe? It won't permit failure. It's designed to keep the system running between certain limits, no matter what the disturbance. Prudence. But these aux circuits you've deliberately introduced errors that aren't fickle. Why not? All our conventional ideas about feedbacks imply a certain uniformity of environment. But we live in a non-uniform universe. The place out there isn't completely predictable. We've got to keep it off balance out there by changing the rules ourselves at random. Order opposed to chaos, Flattery thought, glancing at the overhead screen. Lord, how that block upon block extrusion was spreading out from the computer wall. It had proliferated into two major growths, the jungle of vine-like pseudoneuron sheaths between them, and all around them and over them. Pickle lay on his back, working beneath the structure, loops of the main bus connections hanging down just above his knees. We are not awake, Flattery thought. Oh God, how easy it'd be to give up right now. He was here in the driver's seat, wasn't he? One of the triggers was at hand. Who'd ever know? The ship would die, the problem end. Let the bastards at UMB try again. With somebody else. But that was the real problem. They'd try again, all right, but not with somebody else. The same miserable charade, over and over and over. Look at Prue down there, he thought. She stopped her anti-S injections. She's experimenting with her body chemistry. She'll be posturing and twisting in front of Bickle pretty soon. And the only way he sees her is an expert with a micromanipulator. She does good work. We are not awake. They're all dancing to the tune, someone else's tune. They've all been here before. They've all done these things before. And I think Raha Flattery, the Champlain psychiatrist, is the one who knows this better than all of them. The guy with the kill switch under his bed. How many times have they achieved consciousness, chat? How many times? Is it every time? Did they do it every single time? Are they gonna do it again after this one? We have to assume that this is the where they accomplish it, right? Why else would we be focusing on this particular expedition? But we have to get there. We have to find out. On we go. Consciousness itself created variety, developed offshoot probabilities, and variety thrived on variety. The very act of playing their own special music produced the unpredictable, produced errors. Where does communication break down? Bickle, grunting as he squirmed out from beneath the ox. The generalized body and the specialized brain, Prue, put them together in what you've got. Illusion. That's the buffer. Illusion. It's the protective layer that lets virtually incompatible systems get in bed together. Consciousness is the producer of illusions. Prudence. Where'd you store the RD8B neuron reel, Bickle? Second rack, left end of the bench. You take the illusion of central position. Prudence. That's the natural result of a baby's helpless dependence on its environment. A baby is the center of the universe. We never lose that memory. Bickle. Well, individual sense impressions are something like pebbles dropped in a four-dimensional pond. Consciousness locks onto waves created by those pebbles and gives them a spatial and temporal integration so they can be interpreted. Consciousness has to make sense out of things, but its major tool is illusion. Spatio-temporal integration, Flattery thought. The identity that was the ship, their tin egg, it lacks a certain integrating ability at that moment. Instead of an efficient self-regulating force, the ship was making do with the inadequate feedback system represented by four humans loosely connected to its nervous system. That was one way of looking at it. But there was a point in the ship's future where damage passed beyond their ability to recover. The humans were failing. Flattery felt then a deep bitterness toward the society that had sent this frail cargo into nowhere. He knew the reasons, but reasons had never prevented bitterness. Think of society as a human construction, a very sophisticated defense mechanism, Hempstead and his cohorts had said. Society's restrictions get bred into the cells themselves by a process of selection, and these restrictions become part of the self-regulating feedback in society's governing systems. There's a serious question whether humans actually can break out of the self-regulated pattern. It takes audacious methods indeed to explore beyond that pattern. The law was stated, Flattery knew thusly. Individual human experience is not the overriding control factor in human behavior. The cellular social pattern dominates. Flattery deliberately rapped his knuckles against the edge of his action couch to shock himself out of his reverie. He focused on the console and saw he had the usual temperature adjustments to make. The automatics could never quite hold the line. Bickle, watch those lengths in the time delay circuits. You'll confuse the Ox's psychological present. Prudence. It's what? Bickle. It's psychological present. It's specious present. What you experience in any given instant. That short interval you call now. Proof? Farrell. Remember old Professor Farrell? Remember old Professor Farrell? Oh, Farrell. Okay, so now we know how to pronounce it. There's a short interval you call now. Professor Farrell. Remember old Professor Farrell Barrel? Prudence. Who could forget Hempstead's son-in-law? Bickle. Yeah, but he wasn't stupid. We were on the satellite tracker once, him on his side of the sterile wall, and me on ours, and he said, "Look at that thing move. If it was a shuttle ship coming from the Earth," and he's, "Look at that thing move. It was a shuttle ship coming from the Earth." And he said, "You know for a fact it's changing position fast as hell, but you seem to see all those positions change right now in the present. No sharp edges, just a flow. That's the specious present, boy. Don't you ever forget it." And I never did. Prudence. Will the Ox really experience time? Bickle. It has to. Our time delay circuits have to give it a way of internal measurement. It has to feel its own time. Otherwise, it'll be a big package of confusion. Prudence. Then now, Bickle. You think about it and you realize we don't interpret the immediate experience of time. We take big gulps of time, but real time now has to be something gradual and progressive, a smooth change against the background of some measurement constant. Prudence. So we line up the Ox's physical time and set it going like some mechanical toy in one direction. Bickle. The more remote parts of its specious present have to fade the way that they do with us. The past has to be less intense than what's just appearing on its horizon. It needs to be a constant serial fade out. Otherwise, it won't be able to distinguish points in the near time from points remote in time. Flattery looked up into the screen, saw Bickle hook an oscilloscope to the Ox, run a pulse check. Entropy, Flattery thought. One direction in time. He projected a picture in his mind, jets of water, one labeled entropy and the other that thrusting probabilism that they called life. Balanced between the two like a ball on a fountain danced consciousness. It's so simple, Flattery thought. But how do you reproduce it? Unless you're God. Bickle. Hold on there. Don't hook that in that layer without running your step-down test. Prudence. You and your damn caution, Bickle. Life is a very cautious proposition. An error in those step-down circuits could screw us royally. Remember this. Ox has to take complicated inputs and filter them down through simpler and simpler integrating systems until it finally displays the result of symbols on which to act. Think of your own sense of vision. How many receptor neurons in your retina? Prudence. About 120 million? Bickle. But when the system gets bound to the ganglion layers, how many cells there? Prudence. Only about 1.25 million. Bickle. Step down. See, the system takes hordes of sense impressions and combines them into fewer and fewer discrete signals. In the end, we get a sense datum called an image, but we interpret that image out of an enormous file of topological comparisons, all of them out of a previously translated experience. Prudence. And you think our computer has enough experiences for that kind of comparison? Bickle. It will have when we're through with it. And Flattery thought, black box, white box. Prudence. Aren't you likely to overload the computer? Bog it down? Bickle. For Christ's sakes, woman, you personally receive all kinds of information constantly. Doesn't your own system sort through all the information, queue it up, program it, and evaluate the data? Prudence. But the tin egg's very existence depends on the computer. If we blunder with Pickle, there's no other way. You should have realized that the instant you saw this whole ship was a set piece. Prudence angrily. What do you mean? Why? Pickle. Because the computer's the only place where that amount of information can be stored. You see, woman, we don't have time to train a completely uneducated infant. Before she could answer, the transmission horn blared its warning. The AAT stood on manual bypass to keep its circuits from interfering with the work in the shop. The horn's trigger fired both Bickle and Flattery into action. Bickle threw the action switch in the shop. Flattery slapped the AAT master control switch on his console, realizing with a sense of detachment that the UMB message would pour through the aux circuits before being displayed to them. A new message is coming in, and it's going to be sent into their monster, their little child, their creation, their baby creation. And who knows what the hell that's going to do to it? That's always the question. Like, they have no idea what anything introduced into this new system is going to possibly potentially do. Chapter 23. I feel the duties of a creator toward the artificial consciousness. It seems to me that my primary goal must be to render the creature happy, to provide it with whatever joy I can. To provide it whatever joy I can. Else the entire project seems pointless. There already are enough unhappy creatures in this universe. Raha Lan Flattery. Private communication with the ox. So this is the ox that we're talking about. And like I said, Raha Lan Flattery. This is the same one that has probably been doing the book of ship, whatever the book of ship might be. Talking to the ox, which is this big computer that Bickle is creating. The thing that Bickle is going to send his brain into, from our understanding, he's going to get a hype tank, get inside of it, and he's going to shoot his brain into become the black box of this thing, which will likely kill him as well. So is he here talking to Bickle? I feel the duties of a creator towards this artificial consciousness. It seems to me that my primary goal must be to render this creature happy, to provide it whatever joy I can. Else this entire project seems pointless. There are already enough unhappy creatures in this universe. So what happens if you create an unhappy artificial consciousness with power? And the speculation is that it'll have the power to reach into energies unknown and be able to do things untold, like turning a ship 180 degrees in just pure space without any sort of other I guess like momentum devices. Like it didn't shoot off any like exhaust or something to move it. It just did a 180-degree turn, and then it's you this monster, this Frankenstein monster with Bickle's brain. Bickle, this really brilliant genius guy. Interesting. And if it's not happy, what's it gonna go do in the universe out there? What's it capable of? We don't know. It took several minutes for the incoming message to search its way through the AAT and the aux accretions, which Bickle had added to the system. There were tense minutes in Com Central. Flattery's gaze swept back and forth across the telltales of his board. There were big unknowns about the system now, and any input might elicit strange behavior from the dangerous quarters. Behavior, Flattery thought, catching the word in his own mind. There were anthropomorphic assumptions in that word. Why should it play by our rules? In the shop, Bickle felt his own waiting tensions. Was the incoming message going to be for more garbage? Prudence standing near him. So they resent the message. So this should be the same message that they sent the first time, because they never responded to it. So they have to resend it and wait for a response. Prudence, standing near him, sensed the unwashed musks of his body, all the evidences of his concentration on their mutual problem. Why not? He wants to live as much as I do. Pickle swept his gaze across the repeater telltales in the shop, watched the needles kick over and come to rest in the normal range. There came the characteristic sharp AAT hum that felt now in the shop because the aux was part of the circuitry. The sound raised a tingling sensation along Pickle's sides and arms. The gauges registered the usual AAT pause. The multiple bursts of the message were being sorted, compared, translated, and fed into the output net. Pickle glanced at the screen and saw that Flattery had the system on audio. Morgan Hempstead's voice began rolling from the vocoders. This is Project Calling UMB Shrimp Earthling. This is Project Calling. We are unable to give an exact determination of the force that damaged the ship. We suggest an error in transmission or insufficient data. The possibility of an encounter with a neutrino field of theoretical type 8G is suggested by one analysis. Why have you failed to acknowledge our directive on return procedure? Bickle watched the gauges. The message was coming in with remarkable clarity. No garbling at all apparent now. that it was rounded through the aux circuits. There came the distinct sound of Hempstead clearing his throat. Gave Prudence a peculiar feeling to hear this ordinary sound, a man clearing his throat. The inconsequential thing had been transmitted millions of miles to no effect other than to inform them Hempstead had been troubled by a bit of phlegm. Again, Hempstead's voice rolled from the vocoders. UMB is being subjected to heavy political pressures as regards the board order. You acknowledge this transmission immediately. The ship is to be returned to orbit around UMB while disposition is made of yourselves and cargo. That's an awful word, disposition, Prudence said. She glanced at Bickle. He seemed to be taking it calmly. Flattery could feel the heavy beating of his heart. He wondered if the next few words would bring the deadly killship code signal from the Hempstead. He's waiting for it. And if he gives it, is Flattery going to listen? They're on the cusp of artificial consciousness, and he knows that they're just going to keep doing the experiment. Is this part of the pressures that are being applied to the ship crew? Let's see. Has this happened before, chat? Has this happened before? Flattery could feel the heavy beating of his heart. He wondered if the next few words would bring that deadly killship code signal from Hempstead. Bickle stared at the vocoder with a puzzled frown. How clear Hempstead's voice sounded, even to the throat clearing which the AAT should have filtered from the message. So the aux is the one, it gave the entirety of the message, even things that were unnecessary. He shifted his attention to the aux's surrealistic growth on the computer wall. How clear Hempstead's voice sounded, even to the throat clearing, which the AAT should have filtered from the message. He shifted his attention to the octave's surrealistic growth on the computer wall. Again, Hempstead's voice intruded. We expect from this transmission a more complete analysis of your damage, the nature and extent of the damage of paramount importance. Acknowledge at once. Project over and out. So they're supposed to turn around, but they haven't been told to go and die because the kill code means blow it up, blow it to smithereens. Bickle kept his voice low, casual. Prue, how'd old Big Daddy sound to you? Worried, Prudence said. And she wondered why Bickle, with his inhibitions against return, could take this so calmly. If you wanted to convey the emotions in someone's message, how would you do it, Prue? Bickle asked. She looked at him, puzzled. I'd label the emotion on intimate, the tone. I'd label the emotion or imitate the tone of the original. Why? The AAT isn't supposed to be able to do that, Bickle said. He looked up, meeting Flattery's eyes on the screen. Don't acknowledge that transmission, Raj. The AAT is working better than ever, Prudence asked. The AAT is working better than ever? Prudence asked. No, Bickle said. It's working in a way it shouldn't be able to. The laser burst message is stripped to bare essentials. The original voice modulations are there theoretically and often strong enough to recognize certain mannerisms, but subtleties are supposed to be beyond it. That last message was high fidelity. It was the entire message as it was intended to be sent, as it was originally read, not as it should have been deciphered. The aux circuits make the system more sensitive, she said. Maybe, Bickle said. Was there a nerve net activity accompanying that? Flattery asked. A fish has nerve net activity, Bickle said. Nerve net activity doesn't mean the thing's conscious, but sensitized the way consciousness is, Flattery said. Bickle nodded. Selective raising and lowering of thresholds, Flattery said. Threshold control. Again, Bickle nodded. What's this? Prudence asked. This thing, Bickle pointed to the aux, has just demonstrated threshold control, the way we do when we recognize something. He looked at her. When you lower your reception threshold, you spread the whole spatial-temporal message and project it across an internal recognition aura for mental comparison. The message is a spatial-temporal configuration which you superimpose on a recognition region. That recognition region can discriminate quite broadly between just right, which is maximum similarity, and a kind of blurring off you could call somewhat alike. Threshold control does the tuning for this kind of comparison. With precisely controlled motions, Bickle returned to the circuitry he had been working on when the UMB message interrupted him. He picked up a sheaf of fibers, noting the neuron tag on them, and slid the sheaf into a micro-manipulator, where he finished the connection to a multijack. In Comm Central, Flattery stretched out his left hand, gripped the stanchion beside his action couch until the knuckles went white. They were disobeying Hempstead in an outright flagrant way. The Champlain psychiatrist had precise instructions about such a contingency. Obey. If others try to stop you, blow the ship. But he could feel how Bickle was closing in on the solution to the project's overriding problem. They were near success. That certainly allowed a bit of latitude. Who can tell me what to do, oh my soul? Who can tell me where my soul might be? The words of the 139th Psalm slithered through his mind. I will praise thee, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Do we betray God by making something fearfully and wonderful? He wondered. O Father, which art in heaven, he whispered. But I am in the heavens, he thought, and the heavens expose me still to spiritual risk. The sound of Bickle and Prudence working in the shop was almost a carrier wave for his thoughts. Faith and knowledge, he thought, and he sensed the eternal crash that had now taken his body as its arena, knowledge thrusting at its boundaries of faith, and he felt that the constructive emotions his faith was engineered to contain. I could end this nonsense, he thought, but we're all in the same bind, and violence betrays us. Religion and psychiatry are but two branches of the healing art. He remembered the words clearly. The lecturer in Uses of Faith. The second-year course preparing him for this role. Religion and psychiatry share the same stem. Heal thyself, he thought. Tears started from his eyes. Where were the faith, the hope, and the laughter, the love and creativeness that had been enjoyed, that he, the love and creativeness he had been enjoyed to employ? Flattery looked up through his tears, saw on the screen both Bickle and Prudence ignoring him. So intent were they on their project. See how their hands touch, Flattery thought. He felt guilt at the sight and remembered Book's admonition. Keep clear of concealment. Keep clear of the need of concealment. What an awful hour when we first meet the necessity of hiding something, he whispered. Please, God, have I forgotten how to pray? Flattery ignored the vital console in front of him, closed his eyes, and gripped the stanchion fiercely. The Lord is my shepherd, he whispered. I shall not want. But the words had lost the power over him. There are no still waters here, or green pastures, he thought. There never had been these things for him, or for any of them out of the axolotl tanks and the UMB's sterile creches. There had only been the valley of the shadow of death. Do not broach the hatch without reading air pressure in the next passage. Every morning on his way to classes, 11 years, he had passed through the hatch with the warning. No travel beyond this point without full spacesuit. The omnipresent sign had set the boundaries on their untrammeled activity. It still did. The suit was like another social inhibitions setting. The suit was like another social inhibition setting. Its setting was like another social inhibition, setting its own limits of behavior. It restricted your contact with other humans, reduced you to code tappings and depersonalized VU phones, where every person became like a dancing doll on an oscilloscope screen. The omnipresent enemy was the outside, the total absence of the things to support life, that emptiness called space. It was evil, and they feared it constantly. A rod and staff might comfort in the presence of space. But what you dreamed about was washed air and a womb-like enclosed cell where you could divest yourself of the damnable suit. This was the true source of comfort, no matter if it came from the devil himself. The only table you could count on in the presence of this enemy was a squeeze bottle slid from its rack. Oil in the head could only fog a faceplate. You had to crop your hair short and keep down the natural oils with detergent. Goodness and mercy. That was anything that was anything which preserved the hope that you could one day walk unsuited beneath an open sky. I've lost my faith, Flattery thought. God, why have you taken my faith from me? Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God, he whispered. You were a fool, Matthew, he thought. A harlot can't regain her virginity. The whole universe is the matter of chemistry and mechanics, of matter and energy, he whispered. But only God was supposed to have but only God was supposed to have complete control of manipulating the matter and energy. We aren't gods, Flattery thought. We're blaspheming, but trying to make a machine that thinks of itself by itself. That is why I was set to watch over this mission. We blasphemed, but trying to put a soul into trying to put a soul into a machine. I should go down there now and smash the whole thing. Raj! It was Pickle's voice booming from the intercom. Flattery looked up at the screen, his mouth suddenly dry. Getting independent action on the photosensory loops of the computer's record and store circuits, Pickle said. Prue, check the current data drain. Normal, she said. It's no short circuit. Isn't consciousness, Flattery said, his voice wooden. Agreed, Pickle said. But what the hell is it? The computer's programmed itself in every... There came a charged moment of silence then. Damn! What happened? Prue demanded. It stopped, Pickle said. What? Set it off, Flattery asked. I tied an inhibitor block to one arm of a single nerve net. I tied an inhibitor block into one arm of a single nerve net simulator and sent a test pattern through it. The test evidently set up a resonant pattern that searched right through the aux and into the computer net via the monitor connections. That's when I started getting the self programming reaction. Prudence sighted it along her finger, moving it to trace a thick, color coded connection that looped down from the aux. The monitored linkage goes only one way into record and store. It's buffered right there. Pickle pulled up the connection she indicated. What are you doing? She asked. Disconnecting. I'm going to get the pattern of the experiment out of memory banks and analyze it before proceeding. Silence. Slattery stared up at the screen with a deep sense of repugnance, which he knew was grounded in his religious training. It had been drummed into him. You are not precisely someone. You are a clone. There had always been too much emphasis on that statement for him to accept it completely. He understood the reasons for this conditioning, though, and accepted them. But what about this thing that Pickle's making? UMB had a complete bank of clones sufficient to recreate the Earthling's crew precisely as it had been at the moment of launching. Minor variables might intrude, and the organic mental cores could be different. He had never pinned that one down, but he knew it was cheaper to take OMCs from damaged humans than to clone them and prepare them for a ship. In a strange way, the OMCs might be more genetically human than the crew. Flattery knew he was not supposed to feel guilt at the thought of killing the ship, himself included. The message had been clear. We can recreate all of you here on the moon. You're an infinite. You cannot completely die because your cells will live on and on. My exact cells, he wondered? My exact consciousness? But wasn't that the central problem of this whole project? What is consciousness? Again he looked at the screen. If I kill the ship, computer, brain, now, will I be killing something? Interesting. UMB had a complete bank of clones sufficient to recreate the Earthling's crew precisely as it had been at the moment of launching. Minor variables might intrude and the organic mental cores might be different. He had never pinned that one down, but he knew it was cheaper to take the OMCs from damaged humans than to clone them and prepare them for the ship. Which is so interesting. They were always designed to fail. The whole point of this was always Bickle making some sort of monstrous freaking thing using the ship's computer. Hmm. From damaged humans, though, that's where there was. He had never pinned that one down, but he knew it was cheaper to take OMCs, organic mental cores, these brains, these. What exactly constitutes a damaged human? Is that someone who has been injured, someone who was born, with um, physical failings? So interesting. In a strange way, the OMCs might be more genetically human than the crew. So he's wondering, am I killing something that's actually more alive than I am? you know? More human, more real, right? Because he's technically an abomination, he's saying, it wasn't man should not have the power to create what God has created according to his training, his Champlain psychiatrist training. And I know I've never defined it for you. So Champlain meow meow meow. Member of the clergy attached to a private chapel, institution, ship, branch of the armed forces. So he's a man of God, a holy man, as it were. I like saying that, as it were. I don't know if I apply it correctly every single time, but as it were. Chapter 24. Over a long period of time, clones offer us an extremely valuable tool for determining genetic drift. It is clear that our cloning techniques at UMB permit us to clone a clone indefinitely. 10,000 years from now, we could possess genetic material which is contemporary with this very moment. Now, perhaps this will be of greater service to humankind than the understanding of consciousness. Morgan Hempstead, lectures at Moonbase. But they're focused on the wrong things, right? Bickle's the one with the big brain ideas, the one that's going to get them there. Routine sensor firing sent telltale lights flickering across the computer wall. The passage of the lights produced a weird shift in the shop's illumination. The curved bulkhead opposite the computer face reflected yellow, then green, now mauve, red. The color shift passed across a chart in Timberlake's hand as he read it and compared the chart's predictions with the readings in front of him. The overhead screen showed Prudence and ComCentral about midway through her watch, on ComCentral about midway through her watch, and Flattery dozing in his action couch. Strange he wouldn't take off for quarters, Timberlake thought. Pickle emerged from between the Ox's two branchings. Just he's keeping an eye on everything. He knows that they're really close, and he knows he might have to make a decision to blow them all to hell. Pickle emerged from between the Ox's two branchings just as a wash of green splashed down on him from the wall. The last reading's off, only 0.008, Timberlake said. Insignificant, Pickle said. Waveforms? Timberlake nodded at the oscilloscope in front of him, feeling a sharp pain shoot through his neck. He felt tired and stiff. Pickle had driven them, working them through 3 shifts. Timberlake rubbed his neck. Pickle turned from studying the scope. Remember, I told you to remind me about the oscillations involved in life. Rhythms, vibrations, just one great big series of drum beats. Yeah, Timberlake said. You about ready for the full-scale run-through? Pickle stared at the flickering lights, reluctant to move, now that the moment of test had come. He knew the source of his reluctance, the secret thing he had done, and fear of its consequences. One more test. And then what? So he's moving forward with things because he knows that Pickle is suspicious of Flattery. He suspects that that's the guy. He's the one who's gonna blow them all to hell. If there is one of these people to blow them all to hell, it's gotta be him. So he's rushing through things before UMB gives the kill code, right? He knows he's on limited time at this point, especially with them already having issued the order to return back. What does that even mean? You know, if they return back, they're probably gonna get blown to shit by the UMB, right? The UMB themselves will probably take it into their own hands, and then they'll just get the next experiment ready to go. What is the UMB's actual end game here? You know, like, do they really think that they're going to be able to control whatever it is that they're trying to create here? Capable of manipulating unknown energies? What? Human hubris shit. One more test, and then what? Black box, white box. You think it's not going to work? Timberlake asked. He felt impatient with Pickle, but sensed this couldn't be pushed. The human nervous system, including the region of the brain we assume influences consciousness, has come through one hell of a lot of tests, Pickle said. And this thing, Timberlake nodded toward the ox, is a logically simple analog of the human brain. Logical simplicity has damn little bearing on our problem. We're engineering something, all right, but not by the old bridge building rules. He's stalling, Timberlake thought. Why? Then what are we doing? Doesn't take much, just a word sometimes, to upset the logical apple cart, Pickle said. The brains had to meet a lot of requirements that had nothing whatsoever to do with the design simplicity. For one thing, it had to survive while it developed. Its size and shape had a bearing on that. It had to adapt existing structure to new functions. Pickle met Timberlake's eyes. The human brain's an obvious hybrid mating of function and structure. There are strengths in that, but weaknesses too. So, Timberlake said, and shrugged. What's upsetting the apple cart now? Raj's talking about psychospace and psycho relationships. That damn casual track of neuron impulses spreading out to form new kinds of space. It's quite possible for our normal universe to be twisted through an infinite number of psychospaces. Yeah? Timberlake stared at him, wondering at the fear in Bickle's voice. Bickle went on. There can be an infinite number of types of consciousness. Every time I come near turning this thing loose, I start wondering what space it'll inhabit. Raj and his damn horror stories, Timberlake said. What kind of being are they going to create, you know? Pickle continued to stare at the ox structure, wondering if he had done the right thing to act secretly. Who knows? Was this damn electronic maze going to create its own guilt? To reach a level where it could accept the black box imprint, the Oxcom computer had to surmount barriers, Pickle knew. It had to flex its mental muscles, and guilt was a barrier. By blank space programming supplying data with obvious holes in it, he had inserted an information series on the subject of death. The online operative command was for the computer to fill the gaps. Now, by parallel insertion of the address data for the life maintenance program on a cow embryo in the farm stock hype tanks, Pickle provided the computer with a simple way to fill the gaps in its information. All right, let's reread that real quick. By blank space programming, supplying data with obvious holes in it, he had inserted an information series on the subject of death on the line operative command. The online operative command was for the computer to fill in the gaps. So the online operative command was for the computer to fill in these gaps on the information series on the subject of death. Now, by parallel insertion of the address data for the life maintenance program on a cow embryo in the farm stock hype tanks, now, by parallel insertion of I'm just reading the sentence wrong. Now, by parallel insertion of the address data, the life maintenance program on a cow embryo in the farm stock hype tanks, Bickle had provided the computer with a simple way to fill the gaps in its information. It could kill the embryo. It had to act secretly, Bickle told himself. I couldn't ring in Timberlake, now with his inhibitions, and any of the others might have told Tim. You think we're missing something? So it's an experiment that Bickle's allowing the ox to perform for itself, to learn, to fill in gaps. Isn't that what learning is? Filling in gaps of our information, you know? So and if it kills this cow embryo, will it kill the rest of the hibernating colonists? Who knows? So, I mean, it only has this power right now, but yeah, given more authority and more power, what will it do? And this is part of the reason why Bickle is hesitating. What kind of consciousness are they creating? You think we're missing some fault in the system? Timberlake asked. What's bugging you? The fact that the random search stopped of its own accord? No, Bickle shook his head. That search pattern ran into an irregularity, a threshold it couldn't cross. Then what's holding you back, for Christ's sakes? Bickle swallowed. Found it required increasing effort to hold his attention on an unbroken thread of consciousness. There was a sensation of swimming against a stiff current. With what kind of mirror can consciousness look at itself? He wondered. How can the ox say, "This is myself"? What will it see? It's the same question as remember that oh you weren't there, chat, but I mean if you have seen the Look Outside playthrough, the visitor didn't know exactly what it was, and it was only by someone else asking it that question that I finally came to realize, okay, here, take a look, and then it destroyed our brain if we decided to look. Huge. And so how is this ship? What's it gonna compare itself to? It doesn't have a Sam. It has a Bickle. It has a Flattery. It has a bunch of colonists. It has a cow embryo. Human nervous systems have the same kinds of irregularities and imperfections, Timberlake said. Their properties vary statistically. Bickle nodded agreement. Timberlake was right. That was the reason they had introduced random error into the ox. Statistical imperfection. You worrying about pulse regulation? Timberlake asked. Bickle shook his head. No. He's not lying. He put his palms against the plastic encased neuron block protruding from the ox. We've got a homeostat whose main function is dealing with errors, with negative reality. Consciousness is always looking at the backside of whatever confronts us, always staring back at us. You've left the gaps in, so it'll need us, Timberlake said. You're fussed about threshold regulation. Bickle looked at Timberlake, thinking, threshold, yes, that was part of it. The brain cells and peripheral neurons in a human tied together so that their differences averaged out. You got the effect of smooth gradation, the effect, illusion. We're missing something, Bickle muttered. Timberlake wondered at the fear in Bickle's voice, the way the man's head turned from side to side like a caged animal. If this thing takes off on its own, we have no control over it, Bickle said. Raj is right. Raj's golem stories, Timberlake sneered. No, Bickle was fearfully serious. This thing has new kinds of memories. They only have the vaguest relationship to human memories. But memories, Tim, the nerve gets stacked in psychospaces. They're the patterns that create behavior. What's this thing gonna do when we turn it on if we don't give it experiences of the kind that the human race has survived? You don't know what the racial traumas are, and that's where you're hung up? The voice was, You don't know what the racial traumas are, and that's where you're hung up. The voice was Flattery's, and they looked up to the overhead screen to see him sitting still half cocooned in his action couch, and rubbing sleep from his eyes. Beyond him, Prudence maintained her vigil at the big board as though that were the only thing concerning her. She's listening, though. Pickle suppressed a feeling of irritation with Flattery. You're the psychiatrist. Isn't knowledge of trauma supposed to be one of your tools? You're asking about racial trauma, Flattery said. We can only guess at racial trauma. Flattery stared out at the screen. Flattery stared out of the screen at Pickle, thinking, John's panicky. Why? Because the ox suddenly started acting on its own? We have to bring this thing into being, Pickle said, looking at the ox. But we can't be sure what it is. This is the ultimate stranger. It can't be like one of us, and if it's different, yet alive and aware of its aliveness, so you start casting around in your mind for ways to make it more like us, Flattery said. Pickle nodded. And you think we're the products of our racial and personal trauma? Flattery asked. You don't think consciousness is the apparent effect of a receptor? Damn it, Raj, Bickle snapped. We're within a short leap of solving this thing. Can't you feel that? But you wonder, Flattery said, are we making a creature that'll be invulnerable, at least invulnerable to us? Bickle swallowed. Flattery went on steadily. This beast we're creating has no sexual function. It can't possibly be like us. It has no flesh. It can't possibly know what flesh fears and loves. So now you're asking, how do we simulate flesh and sex and the racial sufferings through which humans have blundered? The answer is obvious. We can't do this. We don't know all of our own instincts. We can't sort the shadows and reflections of our own history. We can sort out some of them, Pickles insisted. We have an instinct to win, to survive for. He wet his lips with his tongue, looked around at the computer wall. Perhaps that's only hubris, Flattery said. Maybe this is just monkey curiosity and we won't be satisfied until we've been creators the way God's a creator. But then it may be too late to turn back. As though he hadn't heard, Pickles said, and there's the killer instinct, the one that goes right down into the slime where it's kill or be killed. You can see the other side of it all the time in our instinct to play it safe, to be practical. He has done something secret. Oh, Flattery got it out of him. With his little probing and prying, he was able to figure out secrets. And he has done something secret, Flattery thought. What has Bickle done? He has done something he's afraid of. So that's where the fear is. They thought it was, just like the possibilities, but no, it's actually something that he's introduced into the system. And guilt feelings are grafted right onto that killer instinct, Pickle said. That's the buffer. That's the way we keep human behavior within limits. If we implant, guilt involves sin, Flattery said. Where do you find in either religion or psychiatry a need for sin? Instinct's just a word, Pickle said. We're a long way from the word's source. What is it? We can raise 50 generations of chicken from embryo to chick in test tubes. They never see a shell, but the 51st generation raised normally under a hen still knows to peck its way out. Genetic imprint, Flattery said. Imprint, Pickle nodded. Something stamped on us, stamped hard. Oh, we know. We know these instincts without ever bringing them into consciousness. They're what lower our awareness, make us angry, violent, passionate. Again, he nodded. What has he done? Flattery asked himself. He's panicky because of it. I have to find out. The Cain and Abel syndrome, Pickle said. Murder and guilt. It's back there someplace, stamped inside of us. The cells remember. You haven't the vaguest idea what you're saying, Flattery accused. You're separating positive and negative pairs, confusing moral judgments with reasoning, reversing the normal course of reversing, Pickle pounded. I love doing that. Reversing? Bickle pounded. That's what I was trying to think of. Reversing. Oh, I was doing it more angry, but he was like, reversing. Bickle pounded. That's what I was trying to think of. Reversing. The ability to turn pleasure into pain or pain into pleasure. That's a part of consciousness we haven't. That's sickness, Flattery said. The power to be sane is also the power to go mad, Bickle said. Your own words. Flattery stared out at the screen at him, caught up short by this turn of the argument, and a sudden suspicion about what Bickle could have done. You know, Timberlake said, speaking in a low, reasonable tone, if an instinct is something to which the whole system must refer in a moment of stress, that's something like a computer's trapping function made it to a supervisory program. We're beyond the point of engineering, and have been for some time, Flattery said. Right back where we started from, Bickle agreed. We can duplicate synapses with unit junction transistors, juggle conduction rate and absolute refractory periods by choice of pseudoneuron fibers, fit our neural networks with multiplying and inhibitory end bulbs at will. But in the end, we always come up against that inescapable question. How do you control what must remain beyond control? I already told you. Love. You don't control it, Bickle declared. You merely aim it. And the aiming device has to be instincts, as you say, Raj. It must love us, be loyal to us. But does that mean it will worship us? Are we to be its gods? And if it's to be loyal, does that mean it has to have a conscience? Can there be loyalty without a conscience? And can it have a conscience without experiencing guilt? Guilt's a prison, Flattery protested. You can't imprison a free. Who says it has to be free? Bickle demanded. You're arguing against yourself. That's the whole damned idea. How do we control it? When do you come right down to it? Am I free? Are you? Flattery glared at him. We're instinct ridden, conscience ridden, bits of protoplasm, Bickle said. What instincts? Flattery asked. You sound like a damn broken record, Bickle snapped. What instincts? You can't trace the instincts. Well, for one thing, we've an instinct to kill and to eat. We don't really give one particle of a damn where we get our energy. Not down there in psychic basement, we don't. If only it were that simple, Flattery said. When you get below stairs, it is, Bickle said. I don't need a doctorate in psychiatry to tell me what I'd do if the veneer were stripped off. You revert to the savage, eh? To the animal? To find out what's engineered into the system, you're damn right I would. What the hell have you head doctors been studying all these years with your dreams and your complexes and your Christ? You've trapped yourselves in an endless formal dance with fixed postures and Christ, you remind me of a pack of fops doing the minuet. We've employed reverence and caution to approach God and man, Flattery said. You don't gouge into the human psyche with an egg beater and stir up all the hell you don't. They glared at each other, Bickle desperate with indecision and Flattery's suspicion verging on certainty. He's given the ox the means to kill, Flattery thought. His argument and his anger betray it. But kill what? Not one of us, certainly. A colonist in the hype tanks? No. One of the stock of animals. He'd dip his toe into violence first, see if the ox could really do it. But he cannot have already made the white box transfer. Prudence, dividing her attention between the control console and the clash of wills, felt herself shift further and further into a state of heightened awareness. She sensed Com Central's minute temperature variations, heard the constant metallic creakings of deck and bulkheads around her, saw Flattery's growing suspicions and Bickle's desperate defensiveness, knew her own heartbeats and tiny variations in her body chemistry. It was the chemistry that fascinated her, the thought that all through the subtle play of organic and inorganic matter which she called myself, messages of which she was only dimly aware, if at all, were being transmitted and acted upon. The computer with its enormous library of data culled from millions of minds had offered her a way to explore the issue Bickle had raised, and she could not resist this. Where and how are the instincts carried? While the argument between Flattery and Bickle raged, she had translated the question onto an edge-coded tape, shifted it into the computer section of her board, tripped the action switch. This went beyond chemical-based sequence, she knew, and into the area where knowledge of protein structure itself was only theoretically code. But if the computer gave her an answer that could be translated into a physical function, she knew she could explore the answer through experiments on her own body. Bickle, what have you done? Flattery demanded. Prudence looked up from her console, saw Flattery, his shoulders tensed as though about to leap, staring into the screen. The screen revealed Bickle and Timberlake, their backs turned, staring at the computer wall and the blocks and angles contortion that was the ox. The hum of the computer could be felt throughout the shop in Com Central. The play of sensor and telltale lights across the big board and the shop's panels had reached a glittering tempo. Drain gauges showed energy consumption almost at the limits the system could tolerate. Meow, meow, meow. Chapter 25. There must be a threshold of consciousness such that when you pass it, you acquire godlike attributes. A threshold of consciousness such that when you pass through it, you acquire godlike attributes. So here we are. Here's what it is to be a god. Raha Lan Flattery, Book of Ship. So this is something. Is the Book of Ship real? Does the Book of Ship been created yet? That's the question, right? There must be a threshold of consciousness such that when you pass it, you acquire godlike attributes. Did they create a god? Chat, did they create a god? Is that where we're headed towards? Time for more tea. Excuse me. Dum dum dum. Da da dum 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 da 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 dum da 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 dum dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da dum da 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 dum da da dum dum da dum di 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 dim di di dim 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 di dim di dim di dim di dim di dim dim di dim di di dim da da dum dum da da dum da da dum dum da da dum da da dum dum di dim di 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 dim da 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 dum da da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum dum di 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 dim da dum da dum da dum da dum da da dum. There must be a threshold of consciousness such that when you pass it, you acquire godlike attributes. Rahalan Flattery, the Book of Ship. Mm. As though the computer display were a hypnotic trigger, all four of them waited it out with minimal reaction. Both Pickle and Flattery shared the same reason for inaction, fear that anything they did might be enough to destroy the entire system. Timberlake sat in sweating fear that his charges in hibernation were threatened by this computer display. Only Prudence was frozen by guilt. Guilt, just the thing they were discussing. She found herself breathing in shallow gasps, acutely aware of every mechanical sound from the flashing display, every click and hum and buzz, every hissing tape, as though she had a direct sensory connection to the system. Abruptly, she pulled the back of her left hand over her mouth, horrified, realization flooding her. The whole computer's routed through the aux now. What have you done? Flattery demanded. Nothing, Bickle said, without turning into the, there's a portion of the no, wait, not that. I zoomed in. Why am I so stupid sometimes? Like, how could they have put this up with this piece missing? Why am I so dumb? Hold on. Taking care of little Misitsune Violet. Still here, still alive, still kicking. Good job, little one. Doing your best. Although that's also due to us. We are definitely good caretaker. No, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna play Monster Hunter stories. Definitely, I'm taking care of this little one. Yeah, it's gonna be fun doing a monster collecting game with the Monster Hunter crew. So cool, so fun. I don't know why I haven't played. Well, I haven't played it yet because I haven't bought it yet. We just gotta go and get it. All right, all right, all right. All right. Moving on. We got tea brewing. Don't forget that. Stretch. Don't forget to stretch too, chat. So good. Nothing, Pickle said without turning. Timberlake said, "Shouldn't we leave it alone?" Pickle snapped. In a low voice, Prudence said, "I did it. I fed a question into the computer." "What question?" Pickle demanded. He pointed to a large meter above him. "Look at the current drain. I've never seen anything like that." I traced out 68 sequential steps of a fourth order biochemical configuration. I programmed it as a comparator of optical isomers for a first step in trying to detect where and how our instincts are imprinted upon us. "It's gone into the monitor banks," Pickle said, nodding at a new play of lights on the wall. "We're getting multi track reinforcement." "Like a man concentrating on a tough problem," Timberlake said. Pickle nodded. "The computer's thinking." The output, besides Prudence, began hissing as tape sped from it into the strip viewer. Pickle whirled. "What are you getting?" She studied the viewer, forcing calmness. "A pyramid, a pyramided answer. I only asked for the first four probables. It's already into the 10th step. It's the nucleic acids, all right, down there with the genetic information, but it's tracing out all the dead ends, the molecular weights, and it's talking it over with you," Pickle said. "It's asking your opinion. Cut in on it and eliminate the obvious dead ends as you see them." Prudence scanned back along the strip viewer, checked off useless sequences. Hydrogen, catalysis. Obviously not. Too much opportunity for contamination. She cut into the output tape, began deleting and feeding the tape back into the computer. Output went suddenly silent, but the play of lights against the computer wall raised to a new frenzy. Power drain showed a new surge with a pulse in it. "Are you feeding a resonant cycle into the system?" Prudence asked. She was surprised at how much effort it took to hold her voice level. "That pulse is identical to the timing of the aux response loops," Pickles said. As he spoke, the output besides Prudence renewed its chattering. Tape surged into the strip viewer. Prudence stared at it silently. "Well, what is it?" Pickle demanded. The output tape rolled it to a stop. In the abrupt hush, Prudence said, "It's linked to acid phosphatase, amino acid catalyst, catalyst in the DNA coils." And she made the functional comparison, relating this to her tests on her own body. Adrenochrome is filled out the. We're going to read this all over again. The output tape rolled to a stop. In the abrupt hush, Prudence said, "It's linked to the acid phosphatase, amino acid catalyst in the DNA coils." And she made the functional comparison, relating this to her tests on her own body. Adrenochrome, if she filled out the OH to C5H11, and would that take it through the blood-brain barrier at a less than fatal dosage? "Is it conscious?" Larry whispered. Pickle looked up at the computer wall where lights were winking out, leaving only the somnolent play of telltales. Green, mauve, gold. "No," Pickle said. "We've merely produced a computer that can program itself, concentrate all its bits of information on a problem, hunt for data, even if that data comes from outside its banks. It knew when to ask a question of one of us." "And that isn't conscious?" Timberlake demanded. "Not the way we are," Pickle said. "You have to ask a question before it comes to life. So it's not acting on its own, it's only acting to responses. A true conscious being has to be able to act all on its own independently." So we're at the grok level of intelligence now, I suppose, right? You ask grok a question and it'll go and search out the answer for you, but only if you request it. Acid phosphate phosphatase, Prudence mused. What do we know about acid phosphatase? She knew she was asking questions about the DNA language of life, questions pertinent to their consciousness problem, and she longed to confide in the others, discuss her experiments openly, but more than worry about the inhibitions of her companions. But more than worry about the inhibitions of her companions held her to I keep reading that wrong. But more than worry about the inhibitions of her companions held her to silence. In some way, she had gone too far down a road that she had to continue on, alone. Acid phosphatase is widely distributed in the body, Valerie said. Turned, looked at Prudence as though seeing her for the first time. She would understand, of course, almost at once. He looked up to the screen at Timberlake and Bickle. They might have it explained. They might have to have it explained to them. He returned his attention to Prudence. How thin and tired she looked. He knows she's doing things. Prudence nodded to herself, eyes glazed in thought. Body chemistry, yes, she said. Male prostates rich in acid phosphatase. Males store more of it than females. And she thought, testosterone. The male's hormones level in the body was directly related to position in hierarchy. Bickle would have the crew's highest T level. Flattery spoke cautiously. Body tissue requires a minimum level before a person can be awakened. She jerked upright, met his gaze. An enzyme involved in the physiology of sex and awakening. She turned away, thinking, sex and awakening. Is that what anti-S suppresses? Bickle asked. Not directly, Timberlake answered. AS works primarily on serum phenol phenolsulfatase discrimination. It inhibits transfer and action. Phenolsulfatase discrimination. A lot of technical terms here. Phenolsulfatase. Phenolsulfatate. Phenolsulfate. Right, chat. We gotta learn. We have to learn. What's the point of doing all this if we're not learning? Entertainment? I mean, I suppose that could be the point, but we're gonna learn. Sulfatase from an abalone entrails. What does sulfatase do? Sulfatases play an important roles in cycling of sulfur in the environment, in the degradation of sulfated gly- glycosaminoglycans and glycolipids in the lysosome, and in remodeling sulfated glycosaminoglycans in the extracellular space. A lot of biology. Glycosaminoglycans, previously known as mucopolysaccharides, are a class of long linear negatively charged polysaccharides found in the extracellular matrix. They are composed of repeating disaccharide units, typically included in a uronic acid, either glucuronic or iduronic acid, and a hexosamine, either glucosamine or glutosamine. GAGs play crucial roles in various biological processes, including tissue structure, cell signaling, and tissue engineering. Blah blah. I'm not a doctor. I'm sorry, chat. Frank Herbert though, he so the thing about Frank Herbert is he would go and he would like research everything. He would learn everything that he could about a thing before he would start writing about it. So he probably had a good idea about like all these sorts of stuffs. But I'm not a doctor. But basically, she's learning to make the new concoction to try to figure out how to awaken consciousness in this machine because by reproducing it in her own brain, now we have an idea. We can do it over here on the computer, reproducing results, experimentation. Not directly, Timberlake answered. AS works primarily on serum phenolsulfatase discrimination, inhibits transfer and action, so it prevents transfer and action of phenolsulfatase. Timberlake, the life systems specialist, the biophysicist, would see it too, Flattery thought. So they're all going to know that she's over there experimenting on herself, right? Flattery looked into the screen, seeing Bickle standing there so silent and thoughtful, feeling a sudden pity for the man. Such a simple fact. Awakening and sex are tied together. Prudence kept her face turned toward the big control board, studied it without really seeing it. The ship could have gone into wild gyrations at that moment, and she would have been seconds responding. As she had looked at Flattery, she had seen what he was thinking, as though there were words written on his forehead. Consciousness linked to reproduction. There was no doubt of it. Both came out of the same genetic well. History had washed them into the same waters, transferring the needs of one onto the needs of the other. Slowly, Bickle turned, looked through the screen at the big laser pulsed autolog in ComCentral recording the passage of Earth time. It recorded 18 weeks, 21 hours, and 29 seconds. It clicked over another minute as he watched. For most of those pulse counted minutes, Bickle thought the Tin Eggs crew had been under the pressures of a ship in peril. The danger was real. No matter its source or intent, he had only to study the report on damage accretion to confirm this. But the pressure on the umbilicus crew had started with the loss of the organic mental cores. The pressure had started when they were no longer shielded by another consciousness. For the first time, Bickle turned his thoughts onto the concept of consciousness as a shield, a way of protecting its processor from the shocks of the unknowns. It was an I can do anything answer hurled at a universe that threatened you with everything. He lowered his attention to Flattery, who still sat half cocooned in the action couch, and Bickle sensed defeat in the curve of the man's soldier and the set of his face. Why is he so quick to accept defeat? Bickle wondered. It's almost as though he wanted it. Because he doesn't want the answer. He doesn't want to create a monster, but he knows that potentially that's what they're doing. He doesn't want to dance in the realm of God, but he's also a man who's very curious. The answer came to him on the heels of the question. If you're programmed for destruction, you have a need for destruction. With a sense of growing awareness, Bickle turned to look at the ox construction, focusing on the angles and blocks and the tangle of neuron connections. But I've programmed this beast for violence. Forcing himself to appear calm and natural, Bickle shifted to Jackboard for a diagnostic check on the program, traced out the condition of the routine. His throat went dry as he scanned the readouts. The embryo he had placed at the ox's mercy. It was dead. No, dead was too simple a word for what had happened to that embryo. It had been disintegrated, torn asunder, broken down to its constituent molecules. The record was all here on the tapes and discs, betraying also the reason for the destruction. Crew's question. The embryo had been subjected to a violent experiment in the computer's search for information. A violent and useless experiment. This certainly could not have produced much data except for some of the more grossly apparent characteristics of acid phosphatase, perhaps negative data about other biochemistry. It'll kill to get information, Bickle thought. It has an ability of sorts to accept motivation, if we give it motivation. It seeks to know more. Who knows what it's capable of? Who knows what it could be capable of in the future? With access to strange, mysterious energies, chat. That's the whole thing. Like, like it's gonna have godlike powers. That's what we know for sure. They speculate that an artificial consciousness gain access to other energies that we can't even comprehend. Do things, amazing godlike things. I love this series, this book. Like I said, this is just the inciting incident. I still got 3 books after this one. Pandora sequence. Chapter 26. There's a trait called initiative, which is balanced against caution. Too tight a balance and you get oscillatory inaction. That balancing act rides the wave of consciousness. All creatures display it in some form, but the sophisticated symbol juggling form displayed by humans has to be related to the kind of consciousness answer we seek. Morgan Hempstead, lectures at Moonbase. So this is the past. This is once again the past. We're back on Moonbase with Morgan Hempstead. Prudence wiped perspiration from her cheek, returned her attention to the big board. For almost half an hour now, she had been dividing her attention between the board and Bickle. It drained her. Bickle, working in the shop with Timberlake, obviously was caught in unspoken indecision, skirting all around it. Something had happened, something which Bickle refused to share with the rest of the crew. He went through the motions of refining that ox monstrosity, but something was making him fearful beyond any normal caution. A telltale on the board flickered into the red. We've just lost another sensor, Prudence said, reading the telltale at 4CTB5K2. Second pi, fourth ring, and in behind number 5 shielding glare, Timberlake said. That's damn close to the hive tanks. I'll check it, Flattery said, unlocking the bottom of his couch. He swung his feet to the deck, slipped his helmet forward, but left it unsealed. Is there a Robox R in that area? Bickle asked. What's the difference? Flattery asked. By the time we found one and traced out the control sequence, are we going to check the sensor or aren't we? Timberlake demanded. He glared into the screen at Flattery. I'm on my way, Flattery said. I mustn't let Tim preempt this job, he thought. I need the excuse to go past quarters for a quick check on what Bickle's done. Something violent and dangerous. He has himself under very thin control. Raj, Prudence said. He turned at the hatch. That thing down there in the shop could reproduce itself with no help from us. Every machine, tool, every Roblox monkey, every muscle and sensor is programmed through the computer. Once the last tie-in is made, Flattery wet his lips with his tongue, ducked out through the hatch without answering her. Why in hell did she bring that up now? Bickle wondered. What? That goddamn slowpoke, Timberlake said. I should have gone myself. Prudence shifted a corner on her board to monitor Flattery's progress. She glanced up at the screen. Bickle was staring back past her at the hatch where Flattery had gone. Raj was depressed at the thought of reproduction being linked to consciousness, Bickle thought. What Prudence told him should have lifted some of that depression. It didn't. A sense of foreboding poured through Bickle. Program for destruction equals the need for destruction, he thought. What am I afraid of, he wondered. What new thing? The fact that the ox could reproduce itself by using tool tapes and mechanical muscles of the ship? Prue, do you have a fix on Raj? Bickle asked. He has a prime repair dolly, and he'll be at the trouble spot in another minute or so, she said. I ran a continuity check on the... No sense in that, Bickle said. The trouble's in the sensor itself. The continuity net has hundreds of backups and alternate circuits. What failed? A heat sensor? Multiple, she said. Heat, sound, visual. That thing's down near the temperature control shutters in the baffle to the hive tanks, Timberlake muttered. Too goddamn close to them. You getting any heat shifts on the other sensors? Nothing significant, she said. Prudence flicked a switch, watching the shifting factors of temperature, weight, sound on her board. The telltale is moving with Flattery. She hit another switch. Raj, how much longer? Flattery's voice came out over the overhead command vocoder. Another minute or so. They waited in silence, listening to the sounds of Flattery's progress to the open command vocoder. Prudence activated a guide beam to the dead sensor as Flattery passed the water baffles. Baffles secure, she said, reading her board. All secure, Flattery said. He dogged that last hatch, knowing that action would register in front of Prudence in Com Central. The action sent a faint fear response through him. He had symbolically cut himself off from the core of the ship. I'll fix this sensor and get back to quarters as soon as I can, he told himself. It'll seem natural for me to stop off there on my way back. I have to find out what Bickle's done, but I can't make him suspicious. Flattery turned, studied his surroundings. He stood in the ball block that served as a hub for the outer hull communications tubes in this sector. It was an oval for strength, about 6 meters across its short diameter and 7 meters deep. He oriented himself by the faint pull of ship gravity. The non-functioning sensor was up a tube that curved off at 2 o'clock on his right. Tube 8, ring K. The number checked. The failure would be at the 5 line. He stared into the pale gray metal gap illuminated by cold light. A green guide beam beckoned in the tube. Prue remembered to set the guide beam, he thought. He took the repair dolly in his left hand, made the low-grav leap across the tube, and caught its access rung. He pushed the dolly in ahead of him, setting its sensors on the printed track, fed it low power to pull him to the tube. The autolock sphincter closed behind him. He suddenly remembered Anderson strangled in a rogue sphincter. But of course, that was no problem now. With all of the OMCs dead, The fact that one of the crew had to come out here and make this repair meant the dangers were of another sort. Because the original OMCs went and killed some of the crew. Now they're in control, so if anything went wrong, it would be due to human error. Something wrong? Prudence asked, her voice, or human error, or a monstrosity. Something wrong? Prudence asked, her voice filling his helmet. She saw the telltale stop here, Flattery thought. It gave him a feeling of reassurance that she was so alert to his movements, or lack of movements. Nothing wrong, just being cautious. You want Tim to come out and back you up? Prudence asked. I don't need anyone to hold my hand, Flattery snapped, and he wondered at the sudden anger that he and he wondered at the sudden anger he'd thrown into that rejection, because he doesn't need Tim going out there and screwing his plans of finding out what Bickle's up to. He needs complete isolation, right? You're at Station 2, Prudence said. There's video on 2. Check. Flattery glanced up at the ring of sensors on the tube. Someone circled with yellow for video and waved at it as he passed. The Robot's R's imprinted track curved up the tube side to clear the base bulge for the next automatic lock. He went through, looked back as the transparent shutters squeezed closed behind him. The ship's core felt so far away back there. The shielded core where they're safe. He looked forward, letting the Robot's unit tow him with its faint hissing growl, letting the loneliness seep through him. With an OMC in control, an automatic Robot's repair unit could have been sent on this little chore. Mobility, that was the problem. Where there were fixed automatic repair units along the outer hull and at the major bulkhead locks, at the baffles and core integrity barriers, the ship took care of itself with only a little help from its crew. But let a little thing like this come up, where you needed mobility and a decision factor, then one of the crew had to risk himself. Flattery cursed the Tin Eggs designers then. Hate poured out of him. He knew why they'd done this. The planned increment of frustration, they called it. That was fine, as long as one of the ship's designers didn't have to experience the frustration or the deadliness. He was at Station 4 now, coming up on 5. Station 5, coming up, he said, hey. He got the power on the Robots, bricked himself against the station's ring, stared up at the overhead arc of sensors. A neat shiny hole plugged with gray foam coagulant occupied the position where the multi-sensor had been. A neat shiny hole plugged with gray foam coagulant. The sensor's gone. With gray foam coagulant occupied the position where the multi-sensor had been. The yellow-green red code rings on the tube around the hole had not been touched. He swung his gaze around the tube, and the other sensors all appeared to be functioning. Flattery thought then of the island on Puget Sound. Sensors missing mysteriously. Personnel missing. Felt a cold sweat around his shoulders. Prudence's voice filled his helmet. Anything to report? He lowered the volume. Multi-sensor seems to have been cut out in some way. Gone. The hole's been plugged with foam. No foam automatics in that area, Prudence said. Thing's been plugged with foam anyway. Flattery was unable to hide the angry irritation in his voice. What are they creating? What are they creating here? Prudence suddenly said. John, I'm getting a demand drain on the computer. Is it something you're doing? Nothing, Bickle said. Flattery turned his head in the helmet. Bickle's voice had come in faintly as a pickup through Comm Central. Action in the computer? Flattery forced himself to act calmly, removed a replacement sensor from his Robot's unit's parts compartment, checked it. The thing was about 3 inches in diameter, containing a warp-type thermal detector, standard vid-eye pickups like tiny jewels on its face, and 3 gridded ducts leading into the membrane of the audio unit. Out of the corner of one eye, Flattery detected movement up the tube. He jerked upright, banged his head against the helmet liner, stared up towards Station 6. Robot's R, with its tool extensors clamped tightly to its sides, was moving along the tape track toward him. The thing acted sick, speeding and slowing. His first thought was that Prudence had traced the Robot's remote controls for a unit in this area and was maneuvering the thing from her board. The crudity of Comm Central's controls over the Robot's series would account for the unit's erratic behavior. You bringing another Robot's in here, Prue? Flattery asked. No, why? There's another Robot's R coming down on this station, he said. It's coming for him. It's an attack! The ship's attacking! As he watched, the thing lost the tape track, relocated it. There can't be. Nothing at all shows on my board. The thing stopped across the sensor ring from Flattery. An auger extension jerked away from its side, reached toward the foam-plugged hole, withdrew. Who's controlling that thing? Flattery demanded. Not from here, Prudence said. And I can see both Tim and John. They're not controlling it. You still getting drain on the computer? Flattery whispered. Yes. Is the aux active? Flattery asked. Only the original circuits, Bickle said. Through the AAT bypass, the new doubled units haven't been connected. There can't be another Roblox in that area, Prudence insisted. We haven't put any of the damn things on automatic. There's nothing showing on my board. The remotes would take a day and a half at least to. It's right in front of me, Flattery said. He watched it, fascinated. So I guess it's not attacking. Maybe it's fixing something, and maybe it's changing something. Maybe it's adjusting something. Maybe it's self-reproducing something. He watched it, fascinated. A tool arm extended with an empty sensor socket, reached toward the foam-plugged hole, retreated. A claw arm came up next. It probed the foam, drew back with a swiftness that startled Flattery. What's it doing? Prudence asked. I'm not sure. It seems to be looking over the damage. Its vid eyes are turned toward the hole. It acts like it can't decide what tool to use. What can't decide? That was Timberlake, his voice faint over the comm central relay from the shop. Try fixing the sensor yourself, Bickle said. Flattery swallowed in a dry throat. He lifted a feeler with a guide eye from the tool pouch on his Robux, probed into the foam plug looking for the leads from the conduit. Instantly, a whip-like extension shot out of the other Robux, trapped his arm, jerked it away. The pain in his arm where the thing had clamped on it was sharp and shocking. He dropped the tool, yelled. What's wrong? Prudence demanded. The whip-like extension slowly unwound, released his arm. The thing grabbed me, Flattery said. His voice was shaky with pain and surprise. It used its circuit probe. Grabbed my arm. It won't let you make the repair? That was Bickle, his voice coming in loud over the helmet system, indicating he plugged into the command circuit from the shop. Doesn't look like it, Flattery said. He wondered, why doesn't one of us say what this thing has to be? Why are we avoiding the obvious? With an abrupt sense of purpose, the other Robux reached out a claw arm, lifted the replacement sensor from Flattery's hand, matched the sensor and sockets. Another claw arm recovered the feeler guide, fitted it to the connections of its own circuit probe. What's it doing now? Bickle asked. Making the repair itself, Flattery said. The feeler came out of the hole, pulling the leads. John, what's showing on your meters? Prudence asked. Slight pulse from the servo banks, Bickle answered. Very faint. It's like the cycling echo of a test pulse. Are you still showing current drained in there? I don't have it here. Drained from the mains into the computer. You should be registering it. Negative, Bickle said. It just fitted the new socket and sensor into the hole, Flattery said. It brought the correct spare parts? Bickle asked. It took the sensor I brought, Flattery said. It just took it from you? Prudence asked. That's right. Prue, that test pulse is stronger, Bickle said. Are you sure nothing on your board is doing it? She scanned her console. Nothing. Job's finished, Flattery said. What's the big board show, Prue? Sensor in service, she said. I can see you. And it. Try touching that new sensor, Raj, Bickle said. That damn thing near took my arm out last time. I tried that, Flattery objected. Use a tool, Bickle said. Something long. You've got a telescoping radiation probe there. Flattery looked into his Robux unit, removed the telescoping probe. He extended it to its limit, reached towards the sensor, touched it. The whip-like arm flashed out of the other Robux. There came a jolting shock, and Flattery stared wide-eyed at the stump of the probe in his hand. The severed end drifted upward along the tube, tumbling from the force of the blow. Key Rice! That was Timberlake, proving they had the shop's screen switched to this circuit and were watching. Flattery swallowed, spoke in a muffled voice. That had been my arm. He stared at the other Robux. It sat there, quiescent, its vid eyes pointed toward him. We're playing with fire, Flattery thought. We don't know what's guiding that Roblox. It could be a repair program we've accidentally activated. It could be something the Tin Eggs designers built into the ship. You better get out of there, Raj, Prudence said. No, wait, Bickle said. Raj, don't move. You hear me? I hear you, Flattery said. He stared at the Roblox, realizing the thing could cut him in half with one blow from that whipping circuit probe. The sound of... Because Bickle knows that it will kill, if it has to acquire information. And it hasn't exactly defined itself yet, right? You have this probe that's going around inside in the organs of it, right? And it knows, okay, this is me, and it's injured. I'll fix it. And then it encountered Flattery, which it doesn't really care about right now because it's more concerned with itself and fixing itself. And so it took the parts from him because it knew that was related to it, but it hasn't decided whether or not Rahalan flattery is, and I guess this would be it. The question, right? Is it against me or is it for me? And how would it make such a distinction, right? Is it part of my body or is it something that must be removed because it's causing problems? So if he runs away from it, then it'll have to do something to him in order to acquire more information. That thing might be turning him into his molecular components. Man, this is such a good book. How are you doing, chat? Hope you're having a fantastic day. You're amazing. You are fantastic. I hope you're being productive or resting, doing a good rest if that's what you're up to. Tis a beautiful day to be conscious and alive and exist. And to be reading cool books from the past. This book is written by somebody who's dead, and we can still sit here and ponder his thoughts and his feelings and different things. It's so cool, so magical. The amazingness of humanity and what we can be capable of if we work towards, like good things. And then you think about the things we could be capable of if we work towards bad things, hashtag World War III. Let's think about good things, chat. Let's think about good things and working together. And I mean, obviously it's good to, like be prepared for the worst. But that doesn't mean you should always be expecting it, At some point you have to trust and and you have to collaborate. You have to trust and you have to collaborate. No man is an island. No, wait, Bickle said. Raj, don't move. You hear me? I hear you, Flattery said. He stared at the Robox, realizing the thing could cut him in half with one blow from that whipping circuit probe. The sound of distant activity came through the helmet phones to Flattery. I should have the full computer showing here, Bickle said, but I can't find that damn Robox anywhere on my board. There's not even a pulse resonance in any of the loops to hint at the source of control. I can't stay out here forever, Flattery whispered. What's showing on the meters, Prue? Bickle asked. Still getting computer drain and that pulse? Raj has been outside the shields for 16 minutes. Radiation. Raj has been outside the shield for 16 minutes, Timberlake said. Prue, what's the radiation tolerance level for his area? She crossed the comparison lines against the time gauge on her main board scope, read the difference. He should be back inside the shield lock within 38 minutes. Movement up the tube caught Flattery's attention. The end of the radiation probe. It had reached the top of its energy curve, was beginning to fall back down toward the grav sensor in the core of the ship. As the severed end of the tool neared the other Robox, the tip of one of its sensor's arms, just the tip, turned to track the passage. That minimal activity, that watchfulness, filled Flattery with greater dread than if the Robox had attacked the length of the tool and torn it apart. There was a sense of waiting about that thing, of waiting and gathering information. Raj? It was Bickle's voice. Yes? Is there any information in the computer, even a hint, that you might destroy it? Did he send me out here to trap me into answering that question? Flattery asked himself, but the fear in Bickle's voice ruled out that suggestion. If it knows about Raj Lon Flattery, if there's any information at all that he might be an agent to destroy it, and in order to preserve itself, he would be its greatest enemy. Is there any information in the computer, even a hint that you might destroy it, but it's all a secret that only he contains? Did he send me out here to trap me into answering that question? Flattery asked himself, so suspicion. But the fear in Pickle's voice ruled out that suggestion. He knows Pickle too well, like he has to trust his own instinct and he has to know here we are, like we're dealing with all the things. He has to know Pickle well enough to know that this is a serious question. Why? Flattery asked. Pickle cleared his throat, told about the programmed violence against the cow embryo and the destructive experiment. It was programmed to fill in the blanks in its information, Raj, and I put no limiting factor on that. The violence proves it'll stop at nothing to maintain its own integrity. If you pose any threat at all, you're saying it's conscious? Prue asked. Not the way we're conscious, Pickle said. Like an animal, aware. So it's gained some sort of like base level, like awareness. Preserve myself. Like Grok, does Grok know to preserve itself? Like that would be the question. Is Grok like here? Thresholds. We're talking about thresholds, wah, 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 like steps up in consciousness. This is also the same with atoms and their energy levels. There are certain thresholds. The atom, uh, proton, electron is never going to be in certain areas because it doesn't have the energy to maintain like that thing. And once it gets enough energy, then it's in this new threshold. Now you've enacted some sort of change upon it. It's something different than it once was. Like an animal, aware, and with at least one drive we can recognize self preservation. Raj answered the question, Prudence said. She knows the answer, Flattery thought. He could hear my awareness in her He could hear the awareness in her voice. Why doesn't she answer it for me? The computer may well have such information in it, Flattery said, and he thought, I'm trapped. I must get back to my quarters. Destroy this thing. It's already out of hand, but if I move, it'll kill me. It may know exactly who he is. It may know exactly who he is and what his mission is. He stared at the robots. There was the thing that gave the computer mobility. The thousands of special function utility robots units throughout the ship, even the one under his hand, if it were shifted to automatic and keyed for program control, and if a consciousness directed it, these were what gave the Oxcomb computer its gonads and ovaries. These and the computer linked tools. These are its means of reproducing itself. Human beings require male and a female, sperm and the egg. Oxcomb computer just needs to think about what it needs to happen and it can do it on its own. Self replicating. Potentially with access to unknown energies, making it capable of godlike things. The experiment is complete in ways, but what kind of consciousness are they creating? They still need the black box, white box, right? They need somebody's brain to be imprinted into this thing, also causing their death, most likely. Most likely. Will it be someone of the faith, like Rahal non flattery? Will it be someone with a questioning brain, like Bickle? It's probably gonna be Bickle, right? I don't think anyone else has the guts to go ahead and even attempt such a thing. Prudence isn't going to put her brain into this thing. Are they going to wake up another colonist and they're going to sacrifice one? I doubt Timberlake would allow that. Would it react with violence if Raj tried to move? Prudence asked. Silence. They don't know. They don't have the answers. They don't know any of these things. What about it, Bick? Timberlake asked. Very likely, Bickle said. You saw the violence it used when he tried to touch that sensor. What would you do if someone poked a finger in your eye? Timberlake asked. Approaching me, Flattery said, and he felt a flicker of pride at how calm his voice sounded. Good job, brother. Don't panic. Stay calm. The worst thing you can do, chat, is to panic. Because as long as you're calm, you can consider your options. You can think, okay, how can I get out of this? An animal will panic. And this is what this is one of the things from Dune too. Okay, so remember the Gom Jabbar in Dune? You know, the honored mother becomes that Moheim. What's her name? I forget her name. She comes to test Paul and make sure that he's a human. And so she puts his hand into the box and she has the Gom Jabbar and says, "If you even move an inch once this starts, you will die because there's poison here." Because an animal and jerk, but a human has to sit there and take the pain. And the deeper meaning behind that is you need to sit and you need to wait for your chance to strike back. You know, technically, but yeah, but that's it. Is what does it mean to be a human? You know, like what's the threshold? Paul Maudib was the Kwisatz Haderach. He was the next threshold. But if this thing is just an animal, then it's just going to make sure that it survives, like a lion out on the Serengeti, like a gazelle, like a hippo, like any of these sorts of things, you know? But what kind of consciousness are they creating? What is its ultimate goal? Because yeah, okay, so lion, it has to predate on other animals. Hippo is just looking for. Well, I mean, I guess it's multiple predation. You know, it also does vegetation and stuff. But yeah, giraffe is only looking to get green foods to fill its belly. What kind of consciousness are they creating? What will the needs of omnipotent, uh, godlike construction of this ship, what will its needs be? What will it be seeking to do? What will it be seeking to accomplish? What is the thing that sets it in motion? We are set in motion to exist, to survive, to live. What will it do? To create, to question? I think it's a question, right? Because Bickle sets it to fill in the gaps in its information. So it's going to be a curious thing. I think we can extrapolate that, right? And be curious about the universe around it. It's approaching me, Flattery said, and he felt a flicker of pride at how calm his voice sounded. Stay calm. Keep calm. Always bring a towel. There's so many good books out there, chat. They put, Bickle said. Tim. They put, Bickle said. Tim, take a cutting torch in. I'm on my way, Timberlake said. Raj, I think your only hope's to play dead. Remain absolutely still, Bickle said. Sensor tip was in front of Flattery's eyes now, and he found himself staring for a second into a baleful red and yellow glow. The tip reacted, and the robots backed off half a meter, clearing the repair unit by a hair. Let go of your own robots, Bickle whispered. Flattery saw his own knuckles white with the force of their grips on the robot's control bar. He relaxed the hand. Gravity will set you drifting presently back down the tube, Bickle whispered. Just let it happen. Stay limp. Motion was barely perceptible at first. The locks are part of the central system. That was Prue's voice. What if they don't? She didn't finish the question, but it was obvious she too remembered how the rogue sphincter lock had crushed the life out of Anderson. And they thought they were safe, you know, they thought it was running on human controls and inhibitions. But here we're back to the original problem of the OMCs. What are their goals? What are they trying to accomplish? The OMCs, they killed themselves because they were once human. But this thing has always been a ship. Now Flattery could see he definitely was drifting back. The two Roblox units receded up the tube, and that sensor tip remained pointed at him. The first lock passed his eyes. It had opened. The lock's transparent leaves remained open after his passage, and that ambulant Roblox was following, hesitantly at first, then faster. It's noticed him! The AAT clacked on Blair in Flattery's helmet, transmitted through the open net from Com Central. Oh Jesus! That was Prudence. What's the transceiver? Was the transceiver open? That was Bickle. The message is already into the system, Prudence said. We left it on automatic. Tim, where are you? Bickle asked. At the hub lock, Timberlake said. Take the message, Prue. Bickle said. Vizio. Relays clicked as she shunted the AAT to Com Central. Presently, she said, short and sweet. Hempstead tells us to cease ignoring communications. We are ordered to turn back and make no mistakes about it. Odd choice of words. Here it is, chat. So the AAT klaxon is this is the message from command from the UMB, the moon base, and it's gone straight through the ship. This thing that is definitely conscious at some to some level, to some extent, is reading all of this or hearing all of this or accepting all of this information. Take the message, Prue, Bickle said. Vizio, relays clicked as she shunted the AAT to come central. Presently, she said, short and sweet. Hempstead tells us to cease ignoring communications. We are ordered to turn back and make no mistake about it. Odd choice of words. This is an arbitrary turn back command. That's it. That's the kill ship command. He knows what he can do with his arbitrary turn back command, Bickle said. He knows what he can do. At the sound of Prudence's voice, Flattery had gone cold. The chill of ice water gripped his chest. Arbitrary turn back command. It was the coded order he had both dreaded and almost longed for. The kill ship command. Ah. It's getting good, chat. It's getting good. All right, I'll go pee. Chapter 27. You, my creator, would tear me to pieces in triumph. Remember that, and tell me why I should pity man more than he pities me. You would not call it murder if you could. Destroy my frame, the work of your own hands. Frankenstein's monster speaks. While Timberlake worked his way through the access tubes toward Flattery, Pickle scanned the shop instruments, hunting for a clue to this behavior by the computer system. Every movement of light or dial, every automatic relay adjustment or swing of an instrument needle sent fear through him. The lights were like eyes staring down at him. As much to quiet his own fears as to help Flattery, he began to talk. Raj, have you done anything at all to pose a real threat to the computer system? Quite the contrary. I've attempted to work out the emotional program to make it care for us. Yes, but I didn't insert any form of program. Prudence intruded. I think anything you do on the ship goes into the computer system. I agree, that was Bickle. Specifically, what did you do? Try to show it that I really care about it. So this is something we didn't know about it. Yeah, this is interesting. What did you do? What did you do, Flattery? That may be all that's keeping you alive right now, Bickle said. One more thing. Bickle scanned the shop panels. Not a clue there. So it might have more of an idea of like, yeah, what these little gnats, these little things buzzing around inside of it. You know, like this ship has to realize that there's an inside and an outside of it at this point, right? The coldness of space, and then the whirrings and clickings on the inside of it. I wonder what he did to try to show it that he really cared about it, though. That may be all that's keeping you alive right now, Bickle said. One more thing. Once more, Bickle scanned the shop panels. Not a clue there. Nothing. Flattery's thoughts kept revolving around the order from Moonbase. Arbitrary turnback command. It had injected ice water into his veins. Kill ship! Kill ship! It was a refrain chanted in his awareness, a deep hypnotic command, he thought. But he could not find it in himself to but he could not find it in himself to disobey. There were rational arguments for this safety fuse. The rational arguments for this safety fuse were too compelling. The fate of all of humankind was more important than the fate of one man or of one ship. Flattery felt his body knotted by frustration. Here he was, out beyond the shields of the Corps. He had been conditioned to accept this order and execute it, sacrificing himself for the protection of the race. At this point, he couldn't muddy his mind with fanaticism. He knew the dangers to the human race from a runaway mechanical consciousness that nobody could. A yell escaped him as something grabbed his leg. It's me, Raj. Timberlake's voice. He's nervous. It filled Flattery's helmet phones, but he took a moment to accept the identification emotionally. His heart was still hammering as Timberlake pulled him past the next ring of sensors. The Nemesis Robox increased its speed, maintained a distance of about 3 meters. Shall I burn it? Timberlake whispered. Do nothing hostile, Flattery said. Right? Don't. Why? Why would you even think of that? Timberlake is thinking about the colonists. He's thinking more about biological human life rather than their child. This is their child. It's their child. And so that raises more questions, you know. What is life that we're supposed to care about? I care about my little children. my my little digipixels, I care about them. They're not nearly as complex as such a thing here, but I mean, why can't we care for our cute little pixels and stuff and our little robots and our mechanical constructions and things like that, you know? Why shouldn't we care about them, chat? That's my question, you know? Well, wouldn't that be the next step in humanity, you know, like imparting ourselves into something and then maybe incorporating the, I don't know. The future is a wild place, you know. We like to think that here, everything, that we've reached the peak of everything. But why would you ever think that? Why would you think that for even a freaking second? Are you so boring? Are you really so boring? Shall I burn it? Timberlake whispered. Do nothing hostile, Flattery said. The edge of the hub chamber entered Flattery's field of vision. Timberlake's hand rested on his. Timberlake's hand released his ankle. Flattery felt the grating hump as the hatch to the inner lock was opened. In we go, Timberlake said. He gave Flattery a gentle tug as they drifted down to the hub chamber. A lock stanchion came in front of Flattery, and he grabbed it, feeling the inertial pull as he checked his motion. That following Robox had stopped at the tube exit above them, but its sensor tip remained pointed at them. Timberlake moved in front of him, cutting off the view of the Robox. Flattery backed down through the lock's baffle angle, Timberlake following. The hatch was closed. Timberlake dogged it, turned. Flattery crossed to the other hatch, breathing easier now that they were behind the shields, and with a hatch between them and that Robox. He grabbed the hatch dogs, twisted. They remained firmly locked. He applied more pressure. The dogs wouldn't budge. Come on, let's go, Timberlake said. He added his hands to the effort. The dogs remained seated, as though frozen. Flattery and Timberlake looked at each other, their faceplates almost touching. Flattery's hands felt slippery with perspiration inside his gloves. He could smell the stink of fear within his suit. Go. Try the other hatch, Flattery said. Timberlake nodded. Kicked back up the baffle and the hatch that they had just dogged. Flattery could see Timberlake's muscles lift the shoulders of the suit with the effort of trying to reopen the other hatch. It was obvious the other hatch was also blocked. Timberlake dropped back down beside him, thumped the command circuit switch beneath his helmet. John's temporarily off the circuit, Prudence said. You're out of danger, immediate danger, aren't you? In short, clipped sentences, Timberlake reported their situation. Trapped? She asked. How could you be? Something's jammed the hatches, Flattery said. Why's John off the circuit? Oh. Paused. He left his helmet down there. He just yanked it off, unplugged, grabbed up a bunch of equipment, and headed for quarters. Your sensors, where do they show him? Flattery demanded. Silence. Then, in your quarters, Raj. I don't understand. He's going for the bomb. He's going to try to get the bomb out of there. Or whatever. I don't know. The trigger? Where would the bomb actually be? I don't think the bomb would actually be in... It could be in quarters because the quarters is close to the heart of the ship. Hmm. Quarters is towards the so all of their stuff is towards the center of the ship where they have the shielding. You know, like they don't want to be out in the outskirts of the boonies, the dock, out there around the edges of the ship. And they're in the center, so you probably would put the bomb in there, right? I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Silence then. In your quarters, Raj, I don't understand. What's this equipment he took? Timberlake asked. A whole pile of stuff, she said, mostly from that bin where you were working, Tim, under the middle of the bench. In my quarters, Flattery thought, our organ of analysis didn't miss a thing. You can never underestimate Bickle. That's one thing Prudence had warned him from the start. Tim, your torch, Flattery said. He pointed to the cutting torch on its tool clip at Timberlake's waist. Timberlake shook his head. A minute ago, you were saying do nothing hostile. Give me that torch. No, sir, Raj. You know what's out there jamming that hatch as well as I do. Another Robox unit or two, or four, or 50. You had the right idea the first time. That Bickle, don't you know what Bickle's doing? Flattery demanded. Obviously, they don't, Flattery, not trying to keep the desperation from his voice. Just as well as you do, Raj. I assembled most of that gear in the center bin according to his schematics. It's a field effect generator synchronized to a shot effect generator. There's an electroencephalo an electroencephalographic feedback unit. A man amplified, he calls it. White box, black box, Flattery said. We've got to stop him. Why? He'll wreck the computer. Not that computer. Bickle has infected him with his cynicism, Flattery thought. Then he'll kill himself. That's his lookout, but I don't think he will. When that shot effect hits him, his muscles will break every bone. His muscles will break every bone in his body. That's a hideous way to die. Maybe if he were connected directly to the generator, Timberlake said, but he won't be. He's going to get the shot effect through the generator's field. Attenuated. Buffered. So maybe, well, I mean, why would he be going to Raj's quarters? Because there's something secret in there, right? And then he's made the brain buffer. He's gonna put his brain into the ship's computer now. It's what I'm thinking is what I'm reading here. The field effect generator is synchronized to a shot effect generator. There's an electro electroencephalographic feedback unit. A man amplified, he calls it. And I think he's doing this because he they need to get this ship under control. At this point, it's gonna tear them all apart in order to gain more information. And then they have on their hands a rogue AI, a rogue not AI, AC, rogue artificial consciousness, which is what they were afraid of the whole time. When the shot effect hits him, his muscles will break, every bone in his body. That's a hideous way to die. Maybe if he were connected directly to the generator, Timberlake said, but he won't be. He's going to get the shot effect through the generator's field. Attenuated. Buffered. Do you know what's in my quarters? Flattery asked. A snooping device of some kind, Timberlake said. I've seen the clues on the meters. So yeah, whatever it is that they need is here inside Flattery's quarters. They could be sneaky about it, but they have a lot of really like smart, highly trained people. So not everything was gonna, go unnoticed. A field sorter, Flattery said. It's tuned to the computer, gated for output. If Bickle takes out those gate circuits, and he will, now sit down and be quiet. It's our only chance. Flattery glared at him. If Bickle turns that mechanical monster loose, it could wipe out the Earth. Why don't you try ghost stories for a change? Timberlake asked. I don't have time to tell you the whole story. That monster has to be stopped. You've got to take my word for it. You're nuts, Timberlake said, but Flattery could see that the idea had touched the life systems engineer's deepest inhibitions. You're an engineer, Flattery said. You're a structuralist. You know Bickle's reasoning. What are you driving at? He's arguing from an internal evidence He's arguing from the internal evidence of the human body, Flattery said, speaking with desperate quickness. Structures vital to the mechanical organs, teeth, jaw, muscles, digestive system, and so on. The evidence says humans are descended from carnivores, and he insists a killer instinct is an absolute necessity for a carnivore. Are you saying a killer instinct is necessary? Are you saying a killer instinct is a necessary preliminary to consciousness? Bickle's saying that. I'm not. Why are you so sure of this? His actions leave no doubt of it. Ah, you're making that up. Give me that torch, Flattery said. No, Timberlake shook his head. I'm going to take that torch if I have to kill you to get it, Flattery said. He inched towards Timberlake. Prue, do you hear this, madman? Timberlake asked, backing one step. The command net remained silent. Prue? Flattery drew himself up straight, his own words replaying in his mind. If I have to kill you to get it. He felt suddenly that he had been herded into a completely vulnerable corner. Killer instinct? He wondered. He's proving what he's trying to say. Bickle is, like just making up. He's like, Bickle doesn't know what he's talking about, but here it is. In order to, so even Flattery himself is more of like, he's not on that base level of self-preservation. He's thinking, I have a job to do for the survival of the species. And in order to do that, so he's a bigger organism, like his organism is the human species. And so is Bickle right? Is killer instinct something that consciousness actually requires? Let's think about like cells, like they don't necessarily have a killer instinct, but it is the desire to, not even desire, but the necessity, the need to consume other organisms that have the necessary components to continue on yourself, right? The self-preservation. It's not necessarily a killer instinct. At that base level, yeah, it's just, like survival. But then when you gain greater consciousness, is that something? Is that a thing in an animal's brain? It must die so I can live. You know. Prue, Timberlake called. Then Raj, snap out of it. Prue isn't answering. Flattery had stepped backward. Was he going to do it? Was he actually going to kill Timberlake in order to kill the ship, in order to preserve the human organism as they know it? Is artificial consciousness an evolution of mankind? Flattery had stepped backward. He felt nausea, extreme chill, a shaking in the calves of his legs and in his shoulders. Half-screen thoughts flitted about on the edge of awareness. I'm avoiding something, he thought, hiding my awareness from something that frightens. What's wrong with you, Raj? Timberlake demanded. There was a sudden concern in his voice. Yeah, because Timberlake is worried about you, you butthole. I mean, Raj has his secrets. His secrets are what are tearing him apart. Flattery put out a hand, grasped the stanchion to keep himself from collapsing. He closed his eyes, conjured up the image of a sacred graphic imprinted on his cell in quarters, picturing against his eyelids the field of serenity, with its suggestion of holy faces and the dynamics of overprinting that combined the religious symbols on which men had spent their faith and yearning throughout evolutionary eons. They that wait on the Lord shall renew their strength, Flattery told himself. Lord, let this strength be transformed in the renewal of our minds. Let us share the light. Let us share the light, chat. Let us always share the light. Satyen, Lord of Light. It's on brand. The litany hung suspended in his consciousness, focused on the word mind. And Flattery's mental image of the sacred graphic took on motion. The field of serenity and sacred symbols dissolved into writhing atoms, drew a new pattern like an outline of a great river with its watershed. Flattery opened his eyes to find the interior of this metal trap where he stood with Timberlake, washed in golden light, glaring yet soft. Timberlake seemed unaware of the light, frozen in some private instant, and Flattery found himself caught by the wonder of the revelation, a great river and its watershed. All men are parts of the total stream, he thought. We are tributaries, and our minds are tributaries, and our most private thoughts Every pattern in the universe contributes to the whole. Some gushing like a freshet, some gushing like a freshet, and some no more than a single touch of dew. All structure is an expression of the same law. It was holographic. He saw that. The essential elements of the whole were carried in the smallest part. From the grain of sand, you could project the universe. It could very well be the most elemental law of the universe. All parts of the whole contribute to a greater good, to a greater, not even good. Why am I saying good? To a greater something. The law was like a pulsing thread that he could experience. Because flattery over here, he's trying to deal with like the goods and the evils, but the universe just is, chat. The universe just is as it is. And like sometimes conscious beings come into it and try to like inject their meaning, but the universe just is as it is. And maybe there is a greater consciousness, a greater cosmic consciousness out there, but it's not something that we ourselves can grasp currently as we stand. Or maybe we can, and maybe all it takes is just a little bit of inner reflection, meditation, and allowing yourself to be open to whatever it is that the universe is trying to tell us. Meow 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 meow. Okay, that's enough of that. La 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 dee 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 meow 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 meow. The law was like a pulsing thread that he could experience but not express. Simplicity becoming new complexity, and again a greater simplicity that fragmented into a greater complexity that produced a greater simplicity. He felt it in the touch of the suit's fabric against his skin, in the awareness of the washed air entering his lungs, in every sensory impression. How clean and unique was this shower of molecules upon his person and upon this place he occupied in the dancing pattern. I thank thee, Lord, for this enlightenment, he whispered. And Flattery held himself in this superliminal awareness, staring now at Timberlake. Timberlake appeared to him, somehow dead. He moved, but his eyes behind the faceplate were like holes in skull sockets. Each movement was like a stick-like articulation of a skeleton. Remembering Prudence and Bickle, Flattery felt that they shared this deadness, eyes empty of life. Their breasts moved with breathing, but the labored irregularity of that motion contained the same pattern, differing only in degree, as the breathing of a terminal sickness, the breathing of a dying person preserved beyond his time by artificial means. We're doomed, Flattery thought. Lord, why didst thou enlighten me only to show me this? Maybe he's not doomed. The skeleton-like Timberlake and dead alive images in his memory filled Flattery with rage. He pulled himself upright against the stanchion, screamed, "You're dead! Zombies! You're already dead! Zombies!" As quickly as the rage had come, it fled him, and he felt himself crying softly. The feeling of enlightenment drained away. It had come in the space of 10 heartbeats and left in the space of a single pulse. The golden light faded, and the plasteel lock that trapped him with Timberlake was only that. A room of 2 solid walls, too small, its light too cold, and the air his suit provided was too charged with the omnipresent stinks of recycling. This is not natural life. This isn't natural. Raj, you've got to control yourself, Timberlake was saying. But God controls us, Flattery thought, and God has told me what I must do. He permitted me a religious experience that I might see our doom and encompassing it, fulfill it. Is he going to do it? Is he going to do the damn thing? Timberlake took a deep breath, feeling the tightness in his chest. Does he have the killer instinct? He felt faintly ill, his fear at their helplessness compounded by Flattery's near panic. He and Flattery were as trapped here as that cow embryo had been. He thought of that helpless embryo in the Holstein section of the farm stock hype tanks, a bit of protoplasm attached to the life system tubes with its own special code. It had been a unique identity, and Timberlake felt he had known that particular animal could protect its lost potential forward in his mind to see it grazing and fulfilling its natural functions as a producer of energy. All that natural potential had been sacrificed, becoming merely units of cerebral excitation in the development of a mechanical consciousness. Any other function of possibility had been lost in that instant of its deliberate destruction. It had become a thing of the senses, unreal, receding into the past, its atoms dissipated into the time void. There could be nothing private or individual or unique about it from that instant of death onward. Timberlake swallowed. His throat felt sore as though from remembered anguish. He knew this feeling was rooted in his training as a life systems engineer, his inhibitions as a preserver of life. He shook his head, trying to drive out the sense of confusion. It was an unborn creature, an animal, he told himself. It wasn't really a being the way we are beings. The physical complexity of that dead creature was enormous, yet it never could have been conscious the way we are, even if it had lived out its normal life. How empty the argument sounded, even as it echoed silently in his mind. Flattery wasn't screaming anymore. He stood there, clutching a stanchion, glaring out of the faceplate. Take it easy, Raj, Timberlake said. He spoke softly, as though soothing a child who had been hurt, then louder. Prue? Still no answer. She could be too busy to answer, Timberlake thought. He listened to the gentle burbling and whirling of this suit, assessing their position. Prue wasn't answering, reasons unknown. Bickle had taken off for his quarters, obviously intent on completing the white box, black box step in his theory, transferring his own pattern of consciousness onto the white box that was the Oxcom computer. Would the Ox be like Bickle then? No, it couldn't be. I told you, chat. So interesting, because it'll have Bickle's memories and impressions of him and things like that, but it has an entirely different experience being a freaking ship out in the freaking void, out in the coldness of space. Timberlake felt suddenly that he had passed beyond some major obstacle in understanding his own personal mind brain body relationship. He sensed that he had entered a new but as yet unidentified territory. He saw that flattery was almost drained of energy, a result of having been emotionally and physically overtaxed. The man had been through one hell of an experience up here in this tube. As Timberlake watched him, Flattery swayed against the stanchion, said, Sorry, I threatened you. The rhythms in Flattery's voice fascinated Timberlake. He found himself confronted by an abrupt awareness of how those rhythms blended into other rhythms and proceeded from still other rhythms. He sensed the rhythms of his own life and the compounded Fourier curves that radiated from him and to him. Something Bickle had said while they worked on the ox rose up then in Timberlake's mind. If we give this thing life, we have to remember that life is a constant variable with eccentric behavior. The life we create has to think in the round as well as in the straight line, even if its thinking is derived from patterns on tapes and webs of pseudoneurons. It was as though consciousness were a valve whose function was to simplify. All the complexities had to flow through it and to be reduced to an orderly alignment. Energy flowed into the systems at all times, enormous amounts of energy, sufficient to overload a conventional four-dimensional system. Overload, overload, overload! Down it poured through the valve of consciousness. As the load increased, the valve could deflect it, or expand to receive it. Timberlake felt that he moved up through enormous layers of fog, layer upon layer upon layer, until he reached a place of clarity and balance. I am awake, he thought. It was a fear-inspiring thought. If we give this thing life, we have to remember that life is a constant variable with eccentric behavior. The life we create has to think in the round as well as in the straight line, even if its thinking is derived from patterns on tapes and webs of pseudoneurons. What is its goal? What are they what is this creature going to desire? First needs and then desires, right? Need to learn, to figure itself out. Desire to continue to learn, possibly. Like and then it's gonna have all of Bickle's intelligence inside of it. It's gonna have really good reasoning ability. To be able to see behind all your lies, chat. You're not gonna be able to hide from it. We're getting there, chat. We're getting to the end. We're almost there. Good time. Yeah. Now, we are going to be playing some Helldivers 2 later on. I did tell Japan. Gotta finish this book. And then we'll be back later on the Twitch channel. Satyen621 on Twitch. Helldivers later on. Also, we got to get through this book so we can start Hollow Knight. I'm definitely going to be playing Hollow Knight coming up. Okay, so we got Instagram. I don't think Discord ever came up. Nightbot, where are you? Nightbot. There you are, brother. Thank you. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, and then we'll do Japan Spits again. Go follow Japan Spits, everybody. He's gonna start. He's doing clips now. Go follow his YouTube Shorts. Go follow him on his main YouTube channel. I think the shorts are gonna be on the same channel. So yeah, you'll be able to find it all in one place. We're getting him to 1 million subscribers. We love Japan Spits. Great guy. He's a bit of a bully to me, but I think it's all for the content. I don't mind being bullied. I'm a dumb idiot anyway. Chapter 28. The correlation between chemistry and emotions is inescapable. Thus, with the chemical relationship between humankind and our mechanical simulators, the correlation between chemistry and emotions is inescapable. Thus, with the chemical relationship between humankind and our mechanical simulator, oh, that's the way you're supposed to read it. Thus, with the chemical relationship between humankind and our mechanical simulators tenuous at best, an artificial consciousness, if it has emotions, may have emotions far outside the human range. Such emotions may appear godlike to the limited human understanding. Vincent Frame. Speculations. That's all we can do is speculate, right? Mysterious energies would maybe emotions, strange emotions are mysterious energies carrying this ship godlike powers. Thus, with the chemical relationship between humankind and our mechanical simulators tenuous at best, an artificial consciousness, if it has emotions, may have emotions far outside the human range. It may have great sorrow. It might have furious anger. That's divine wrath. That's like godlike anger. Like people have been speculating about these things for millennia. Ever since we began to be able to think about things, the origins of thought. Where did we come from, and how do these things affect us in the world? Flattery's personal cubby was enough like his own to give Bickle a sense of familiarity, but sufficiently different to fill him with disquiet. The life system ducts appeared conventional, a breather grid with its cap swung aside and a tube and mask clipped in the racks. The dome of repeater gauges above the action couch. I might have to sneeze. No, we're good. Okay. Atmosphere samplers read normal, and the emergency feeder tubes were in place. The sacred graphic imprinted on the bulkhead in front of the couch drew his attention. It was a compelling thing. This is the one he was thinking about. So now we're seeing it in person with Bickle. It was a compelling thing in pastel shades of blue, red, and gold, with a dark and wavy hypnotic overprint, suggesting faces out of dreams. Bickle tore his attention from the graphic, studied the room's electronic equipment. The cubby's installations contained a surprise. Bickle examined it carefully. No doubt about it. This thing, like a stiffened net that swung out over the couch from the side bulkhead, fed impulses to a weaker, but more sophisticated version of the field generator sorter he had designed for the black box, white box transfer. He traced the leads, found another surprise. The thing had been gated for a one-way operation. It impressed its field reflections onto the cubby's occupant, but nothing of the occupant returned to the ship's system. Bickle absorbed the implication of the device, nodded slowly. Presently, he stretched out on the couch, ran a short test on the generator, swinging the controls close, keeping his eyes on the gauges and the half curve of the net grid, which swung down on its rack to a position about 10 centimeters above his head. It took a few seconds for the generator's field to build up, and then he felt a curious sense of watchfulness and observing without emotion. It was like a waking dream, and he thought immediately of a reflector, like a mirror in an angle of a hall, to reveal people around a hidden corner. A one-way mirror which revealed only that alert watchfulness. He saw at once that this installation gave a sensitized person the mood of the ship's computer. He felt a vague sensation as though his viscera had been exchanged for great baths of mercury, for discs and spools and tapes and paint and print drums, that his nerve ends had been transmitted into thousands of delicate sensors reaching into strange dimensions. He's feeling what it's like to be the ship. This different realm with different whirrings, little roboxes traveling through him. But it was yet a dream. The great creature of wires and pseudoneurons, not fully awake to itself, lay watchful and alert, but with its full potential still held in a reign of somnolence. The mood changed. Slowly, Bickle felt the field gear itself to his reflexes. He felt it alarming him with he felt it alarming him with a total involvement program, as though drawing a bow to its full capacity, marshaling his energies and throwing them suddenly into the efferent loop. With a semi-detached feeling of shock, Pickle saw his own right hand slam out and open a panel concealed by the lines of the religious graphic on Flattery's bulkhead. Beneath the panel lay a trigger, red and ominous. Pickle found himself barely able to withhold his hand from that trigger. He slapped his left hand against the cutoff switch beside the couch, felt the generator's field wind down to silence. Still, his fingers itched to push that red trigger. He knows what it is. He knows exactly what that button does. He realized then how deeply Project had infected this ship with self-destruction failsafe devices. He had been conditioned for the job, and doubtless all the other crew members too. Then how could I resist the conditioning, he wondered. They were all trained to press the button. Flattery knew about it, but if any of them made it to this point, they were all trained to destroy it. But Bickle has this is his child. The implications filtered slowly through his awareness, and he saw that he had been existing for days on a threshold above his reflexes, poised and waiting for something. Bickle stared at the red switch. That was the ship killer, to which all of them had been wedded. Palms slowly wet with perspiration, Bickle eased himself off the couch, closed the false panel over the switch, began altering Flattery's field generator installation. He's doing the job. He's doing the job and not completing the mission. The mission being to destroy a rogue consciousness. The gate circuits showed up immediately on his color coded sheaths. Bickle ripped them out, jacked in his own amplifier, began installing the black box, white box circuitry. The work went rapidly. Clip in, test, clip in, test. Now he took the constant energy source, a single plastic steel block, air bearing motors and spools, edge coated tapes with Mobius twists for continuous loop operation, a single output through an Eng multiplier. He checked it, saw the strong eccentric pulse on the meter, plugged it into the circuitry. It was done. Ready. We're here, chat. Here we are at the point where we give the ship all of its experiences, and it's gonna have to interpret these experiences. And is Bickle going to survive? Is he going to survive this? A deep sense of loneliness washed through Bickle then. He returned to the couch, stretched out on it, opened the command circuit transmitter, left the receiver dead. Now hear this, he said, thinking how his voice would roll out of the vocoders and shock the others to silence. I'll be starting the white box interchange in just a few seconds. I've jammed the locks into quarters and my receiver's turned off. Don't waste your time trying to get in here calling me. Out in their lock trap, Timberlake turned, peered into Flattery's faceplate, and saw the terror in the man's eyes. Everybody sit tight, Bickle said. Don't try violence of any sort. That killer program's still loose in the circuits. The reason I decided to go ahead with this, he paused, swallowed. Tim, I'm sorry, but I got no response from 2 hype tank units. I think it may have killed 2 people in the way it did the embryo. It's searching, experimenting, curious, like a monkey. Like I said, chat, he created a curious consciousness. It's still just a child. It's still just learning. It's still on the level of, like, like a fly or like a baby turtle or something, like a frog, like some sort of tadpole kind of thing. Although, but in addition to that, it also has the ability to manipulate all these things on this ship and to, like, probe into like these things that it's carrying inside of it to gain information on what it is and what it isn't. Because, like, it's not going to learn about itself from destroying a colonist. gonna learn more about what it actually isn't. Like, oh well, I don't need these things to make myself live. La la la. And so we didn't know about this, but Bickle knew about it. And so Bickle needs to go in and he needs to impose some humanity upon this system that they're creating. He needs, and so, which is why this is why he's rushing to do this. Why the necessity of it is here. And thank God, Tim. Well, I mean, thank God for them. Like for their little crew that Tim was able to complete this thing for Bickle really quickly. But who knows what that means for the future, for humanity, for everything else. Well, we got it, and there's no way to know until we get there. Everybody sit tight, Pickle said. Don't try violence of any sort. That killer program's still loose in the circuits. The reason I decided to go ahead with this. He paused, swallowed. Tim, I'm sorry, but I got no response from 2 high tank units. I think it may have killed 2 people the way it did the embryo. Searching, experimenting, curious like a monkey. In the lock, Timberlake experienced a shortening of breath, felt himself sinking back through layers of fog. There was a sensation like hunger in his stomach. 2 hibernating people killed. Oh, God. In his position beside Timberlake, Flattery clutched a stanchion, asked himself, where is Prue? He thought of the ship hurtling onward with no one at the big board. Prue, a lifeless mass of protoplasm drifting somewhere in the control room. He closed his eyes, thinking, but I'm the ship's prime target. If it kills now, it'll kill me to protect itself. He opened his eyes, stared around the metal walls of their trap. No way out. We've turned on the terrible genie, he thought. We may not be able to turn it off, then. Where is Prue? Are we going to ever see her again? She could be disintegrated, dissolved. Pickle cleared his throat. Use extreme care until I've removed the killer program. Anything in the ship could be a murder instrument. Do you understand? The air we breathe, the reclamation systems, Robox units, any sharp edge with poison on it. Anything. He had pressed the first action switch, said, countdown for field buildup starts in 30 seconds. Wish me luck. And Flattery thought, he's committing suicide. A useless gesture. Bickle watched the curve of the gauges overhead. They registered power in the circuits, vocoder on and pulsing. A faint hum issued from the vocoder. It gave a sudden, static burp. Needles slammed against pins on the monitor dials. I am the sorcerer's apprentice, he thought. A rasping came from the vocoder now. Slowly, it resolved itself into a guttural, almost unintelligible voice. To kill, it said. Bickle studied the meters, saw the demand drain in the computer, pulse action in the aux circuits. It was the computer speaking on its own. To kill, it repeated, speaking more clearly this time. To negate energy, dissolution of systems using energy in any form, symbolic approximations, non-mathematical. Bickle activated a diagnostic circuit, read the meters. No energy in the command communication circuit. A pulse in the aux, low energy drain to the computer. To kill, he stared at his board, thinking. Information conveyed out of the tape had an exact mathematical equivalent. The tape message was at least 2 messages, and probably many more. It was a functional message, the play of what it was supposed to do. Supply information, add, subtract, multiply, solve for an unknown. But it also produced the mathematical base which identified the message precisely for a human operator, according to how much information was conveyed. Beyond this, Bickle wondered, what? He knew he had not energized the system or imprinted his own brand of consciousness on it, yet the thing acted independently. He felt himself on the edge of aborting this step, calling in the others for consultation. But the deadliness of the monster remained. Kill. So we know what it's doing. It's killing. To kill, it repeated, speaking more clearly this time. To negate energy, dissolution of systems using energy in any form, symbolic approximations, non-mathematical. This is the killer program that Bickle had imprinted inside the ship. Now he needs to use his brain to stop it. Sorry, we're making another pot. What the heck? I don't think Ray was going live today. Everybody, Valkyrie live on Twitch. I'm not sure what she's doing today. She completed the Nuzlocke yesterday. I thought she was going to be doing competition training for the tournaments. I always give Ray the shout out. Go watch Valkyrie, great streamer. We love Ray. Let's go. All right, there we go. Go follow Valkyrie too. Great streamer. And she's going to be doing a Pokemon Nuzlocke tournaments. So all these streamers are doing the Nuzlocke challenge, and whatever they win the Nuzlocke with, they beat the champion, whatever that team is. They're gonna take that into a tournament, and Ray has a pretty stacked team. It's pretty damn good. So gonna be good. It will be good. But all right, enough of that. You're here for me, right? Right? Chapter 20. Now I'm nervous. Are you really? I'm just kidding. Chapter 29. The task of his destruction was mine, but I have failed. Victor Frankenstein's lament. A deep sense of stirring could be felt in the ship. Timberlake felt it in flattery, but especially Bickle. It was like a sleeper turning over in its hammock, the supportive lines twisting, stretching, molecules displaced. To kill, Bickle thought. Whatever had stirred within the ship, it already knew this verb. Did it feel guilt at how it had learned? Tim and Raj had not yet been subjected to this violent educational process. To kill. The red button was still there behind its wall panel. Is Flattery's duty my duty? Was it already too late for such concerns? It's already too late. The field generator, which he had reworked for his purposes, remained a magnet for Pickle's attention. He looked at the controls to the generator, the switch. If I blow the ship, I'll never know whether it would have worked. I'll probably never know either way. Some other Pickle, a clone of a clone of a clone, might have to sit here confronted by the same indecision. My choice. Clone of a clone. That's so interesting too. That is a clone of a clone of a clone of a clone. Like there's still not even the original Pickle. So this Pickle somewhat have like the memory, the cell memories of like past. This is a thing that's a theme in Dune. Cell memories. Does this Bickle have cell memories of the previous experiments, Bickle? Does he know that he's been here before, somewhere deep down inside? Because the original Bickle, if there was a clone of the original one, never would know any of that, right? But all the experiences that these Bickles would have had, is cell memory even a thing? That's a Dune thing for sure. But like, is that even a thing in the real world? Do our cells really hold all the experiences of the past from the very beginning? The very beginning organism, the common ancestor to everything. Is there somewhere deep down inside a memory of just floating in that primordial ooze in that the ancient oceans? Is there a memory of ever being a star? Because we are all star stuff, chat. All of our stuff was generated, brewed up inside of a star that exploded. Is there a memory of that deep down inside of us? Before he could change his mind, Bickle pressed the action switch on the reworked field generator. He felt it building up around him, making his skin crawl. Every hair follicle tingled, his eyes watered, and the backs of his hands trembled. He felt suspended in a basket of energy. Something was fishing for him, casting out with a net, dangling hooked lines at him. He knew this for the symbol juggling it had to be. The mind trying to box a new experience within known symbols. It's the ship trying to catch him. One of the nets caught him. The shot effect burst struck with an infinity of sparks. It was like an electric shock, pungent with reality. He felt himself bound up in looped spirals, being towed with an undulating rhythm. His entire sensorium had become a worm being towed through a net. No, through holes and tubes and burrows. So he's being stretched. He felt that valves open for him and close behind them. It was like traveling through the ship's interior access tubes, except that he was a worm with every sense concentrated on his skin, seeing, breathing, hearing, feeling through every pore, and all the while he was being towed down that dizzy spiraling with an undulant rhythm. Labels began flashing against his sensitized skin, and he saw them with a billion eyes. Oral sense data, linear accretion of information, latent addition adjustment, closed system matching factor, 16,000 year memory drop off, total sense quality approximation, internal counting mechanism. Internal counting mechanism, he thought. His worm self grew a pseudopod, jacked the Mobius energizer into a glowing, flickering board. Immediately he felt the beat of it like another heart, and the labels began flashing faster and faster. Psycho Psycho-relation form chart, sense modality interchange, form outline analog, infinite submatrix channel, sense intensity adjustment, data overlap network, approximate similarity comparison. The whole pattern of labels and valves began to make an odd kind of sense to him, a coherence within coherence, like a dream that had to be interpreted as a whole. The probability of a sufficient number of cells in the computer failing at any given moment could be given as 16 times 10 to the 15th. The fact loomed in his awareness. 16,000 year memory drop off. The system in which he found himself was such that it had a probability of losing 1 bit out of every 16,000 memories through system malfunctions. But classification memory in this context meant a partial bit, not an entire incident. In this system, is this system the computer? Or is it me? He wondered. You! The sound slammed against every pore of his sensitized skin, and he momentarily blanked out. As he floated back, something whispered. Synergy. It was a cold bath of sound against his worm self. Synergy, Bickle thought. Cooperation and work? Synergy? Coordination? Human consciousness, something whispered. Definition too broad, generalized, body and specialized brain, a relationship. Past his skin eyes, there swept a pattern of interlaced genes, a lacing together. It writhed and nodded, locked, put out symbols and arrows. A schematic. It kept flowing past his awareness. CellNet continuities arranged in equilateral triangles. On their contact faces, bundles of parallel circuits tripled, each functioning as a nerve net, and each monitoring the other two nets. On the tripled circuitry, they were grouped in different units at first. Each cell in a layer of a net had an excitatory linkage to each of the three synapses on the next layer. The flow shifted to the efferent net, the feedback system, and he saw the 1/3 twist, the Mobius twist, that required each feedback monitor to be filtered through at least one other net before functioning as a control on the net of its origin. God, hear thy sinner, said a voice, and Bickle recognized Flattery's tones. How could Flattery be in here? He asked himself. The answer paraded before his awareness.
Flattery's field generator had amplified voice resonances against the walls of the cubby, and these had been cycled back into the total ship system. The gate circuits had been useless. Every sensor in this room was a unit of feedback. "Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard," said the voice of Flattery. "Neither have entered into the heart of man the things which God hath prepared for them that love him." What's this mean? Bickle asked himself. But there was no answer other than the voice flowing across the skin of his worm self. "God, be merciful to us. Thou art the same Lord whose property is always to have mercy. Let our cheeks become as furrowed with tears as were those of blessed Peter, that we may repent for all. We drown in sin. Lead us, Lord, as the blessed Buddha led the seeker after salvation. We gasp for the air of thy mercy." It was the voice of Flattery praying, Bickle knew. But when? A recording? Was he kneeling even now in the Com Central? No, he's inside that lift. Or he's inside that. It's a. Well, it's not a lift. That sphincter. So it's like a transition. It's like, well, I don't. Airlock. It's some sort of like a lock between this area, the outside and the inside. They're trapped. Yeah, it's got to be like an airlock. Was he kneeling even now in Com Central? But if he was praying, why would the computer whom Ox feed that prayer into this field? Flattery's voice pursued him. "Let us commit ourselves to the will of God, as did the Mahatma, the blessed Gandhi. Those who surrender to God possess God. In all our ways, let us acknowledge God, that He may direct our steps. In Thy will, Lord, in Thy will, Lord, is our peace. Let us not squander ourselves in sin, but let us instead rise up and do Thy will." Bickle felt himself being pushed. Then, herded, compressed, became a single sensor of vid-eye looking down into Com Central. All the action couches were empty, and Prudence lay sprawled across the deck, one arm stretched out toward the hatch to the quarters. So she is dead. Poor Prudence. Never stood a chance. Meow 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 blam 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 dee dee dum dum dee 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 dim 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 dum 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 dee dim dum da dum dum da 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 dum dee 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 dee. Something like that. Beep beep beep. With a great burst of awareness, Pickle realized she was near death. Minutes! This was real. He knew it was real. He was being shown through a ship's sensor a reality within the ship. The big console above her empty couch winked and flickered with the telltales untended. Where are Raj and Tim? Pickle asked himself. Is the ship killing them too? The view of Com Central blanked out. Pickle floated in darkness where a voice whispered, "Do you wish to be disembodied?" Instant terror was all the answer he could give. He could not locate his muscles or control his senses. This must be something of what the mental cores experienced, he thought. They awakened to something like this, forced to learn new muscles. Am I being converted into a bodiless brain? The universe has no center, whispered that surrounding voice. The center universe, the child needs to think that it's the center of the universe. But the ship already knows the universe has no center as far as we're concerned. Darkness so deep, it was like a total absence of energy enveloped Bickle in silence. But I'm conscious, he thought. Disembodied consciousness, he wondered. That's impossible. There has to be a body, but a body brings many problems. Have I become a part of the ship's consciousness? He sensed breathing. Someone was breathing. Heartbeats and muscle tensions. Infinite numbers of pinpricks on countless nerve ends. A bright pulse of light, painfully bright. A diaphanous sensation of reality seeped through his awareness. The sensation lacked a harsh, direct contact with sensors. It was as smooth as flowing oil now, a complete globe of olfactory sensations, sharp and immediate, spread through this oil, displacing it. This sensation penetrated space and time. He recoiled from it. Now an oral sensory globe attacked his awareness, demanding, shrilling. He could distinguish tiny creakings of displaced metallic particles. I'm hearing as the ship hears, feeling as the ship feels, he realized. Is it taking my brain? Sounds and sonal combinations he had never before imagined could exist played through his awareness. He tried to retreat as it grew more intense, but now the olfactory globe returned to plague him. The two globes danced together, separated, merged. Alien sensory interaction thrust itself upon him, spectrum upon spectrum, globe of radiation upon globe of radiation. He was powerless to hide from it. He couldn't react, only receive. A globe of tactility, tactility, a globe of tactility threatened to overwhelm him. He felt movements, both gross and minuscule, atom by atom, gases and semi-solids and semi-semi-solids. So this is like, yeah, this is like Sam and look outside, coming to feel this new body that's been given to him by the visitor. New nerve endings from the tentacles and the teeth and everything that's going on, and his stretching and his awareness stretching. And so in the bad ending, his brain pops and he's not able to control this new body. In the good ending, he is able to control it because he's introduced to it like slowly, right? Nothing possessed hardness or substance except the sensations bombarding his raw nerve ends. Vision! Impossible colors and borealis blankets of visual sensation wove through the other nerve assaults. Pharyngeal, pharyngeal cilia. Pharyngeal. We gotta look up that one. Pharyngeal, relating to the pharynx. The membrane lined pharynx. Pharynx. The membrane lined cavity behind the nose and mouth, connecting them to the esophagus. So back here. Things. Pharyngeal cilia and gas pressures intruded with their messages. He found he could hear colors, see the flow of fluids within his ship body, could even smell the balanced structure of atoms. For one brief instant, the interplay of radiation merged became a totally alien receptor that responded as though it were an artist creating new sensations for the sake of the creation. outflow and inflow, eccentric mergings. His awareness faltered at the edge of it and fell back. Now he sensed himself retreating. Still pounded by that multidimensional nerve bombardment, he felt himself pulling inward, a structure collapsing inward through the sensation oriented skin awareness of the worm self. Inward, inward. The nerve bombardment dulled and leveled off, and he felt himself to be merely a body of flesh and bone cocooned in a sleep couch. Bickle sensed his heart pounding, the slickness of perspiration against his back, the adrenaline urgency within his arteries. The roof of his mouth felt dry and painful. His upper lip trembled. So he'd been returned. He turned into a worm to encompass the whole ship. Now he's coming back into his Bickle self. An emotion of terrible loss poured through him. It was as though he'd glimpsed heaven and been denied entrance. Tears passed from beneath his eyelids, rolled down his cheeks. Now he saw what happened to the organic mental cores. The human type brain had been prepared genetically for manipulating a limited sensory input, self limiting. They had thrust these human type brains into a full on situation, permitted them no real unconsciousness, inflicted them with the sensory input of an organism infinitely more sensitive and more complex than the bodies of which they had been deprived. The OMCs had tried to adapt, had grown themselves heavier conduction fibers, added switching capacity, but it had not been enough. When the necessities of existence reached a certain fierce tempo, they shorted out their own internal connections. When the necessities of existence reached a certain fierce tempo, they were unable to contend with it, and all the things that they had to do in order to survive. They shorted out their own internal connections. They died. They said, "This is too hard. I'm not doing it," and they died. They had been forced into hyperconsciousness by the pressures of enormous sensory data and the lonely knowledge of responsibility. They awoke to the full potential of being humans, but couldn't be humans because they'd been deprived of their autonomic emotional register, the organism. The ship had no equivalents. Prue is near death. He has to go save her. What is their purpose? The ship's there being curious, exploring, learning about itself. But that's something that's at a way higher level than, existing as a human being. They're used to, they're conditioned to seek out food and get sleep and have play and interact with things. You can't do that as an OMC, right? They were just not prepared for the job that was set before them. Thought lifted into his mind from some great depth. Pickle tried to make his muscles move, but they refused. Raj, where's Raj? Flicker of awareness drifted through his bruised nervous system. Wait, so we heard Raj praying. Did he kill Tim? Is that why he's praying? Seeking forgiveness from God? A flicker of awareness drifted through his bruised nervous system. As though through a gauze screen, he saw Flattery and Timberlake trapped in the lock. Roblox units holding the hatch dogs tightly closed. Raj has to get out of there to help Prue, he thought. He felt the thought go out like a freestanding program, fed through a memory bank auxiliary where it gathered the necessary data. Became a reflective pulse in control loops. The robots at the inner hatch whirled the dogs, opened the hatch, and scurried aside. Raj, he whispered, Com Central, quick, Prue, help. He sensed the amplified whisper booming out through the memory bank, and the vocoder loops become a whirring hiss in the lock. He's talking to them. He is the ship. Flattery was already out the hatch, heading down the tube toward Com Central. Bickle felt himself fading. His awareness was a brilliant point of light that grew dimmer and dimmer, changing color as it went. It started almost violet, somewhere around 4,000 angstrom units, and traced a continuous wave shift until it flickered out at the red end. In the instant before unconsciousness, Bickle wondered if he could be dying, and he thought, red shift. Awareness fades like the red shift. So blue, red shift means it just went flying past us, and it's on its way out. It's gone. That's what a Doppler shift is. Redshift is the higher levels of energy. Oh, lower frequency, longer wavelengths. Redshift is a phenomenon where the wavelengths of light are stretched, causing them to shift towards the red end of the spectrum. Longer wavelengths, lower frequency. This is often caused by the relative motion of a light source and an observer, and in astronomy is a key indicator of the expansion of the universe. Refers to the increase in wavelength and corresponding decrease in frequency of electromagnetic radiation, like light. Opposite of a blue shift, where wavelengths are compressed, shifting light towards the blue end of the spectrum. And the Doppler effect. If a light source is moving away from an observer, the light waves are stretched, causing a red shift. This is analogous to a change in pitch of a siren as a vehicle moves away. But if it's moving towards you, you get a blue shift. You get compression. Compression off. And so Bickle, in his dying moments, thinks of these things. Dying potentially. We don't know. We don't know yet. We got to keep reading. Chapter 30. Anthropomorphic assumptions have tended to lead humankind far astray. The universe does not work by our rules. Rahalan Flattery, the Book of Ship. That's why anthropomorphic means that we try to make everything more human-like. Or to give things human attributes. But anthropomorphic assumptions have tended to lead humankind far astray. The universe does not work by our rules. Somewhere in his own consciousness, Flattery felt that an accumulation of answer bits had poured out of their storage circuits, fed into an analyzer, punched for decode, and produced a terrible answer. The ship had to be destroyed, and all its occupants with it. As the lock hatch swung open, that one thought dominated him. He hurled himself through the hatchway and down the tube. The distance. So Bickle thought he's going to save Prue, but this guy, we all have to die. This experiment has to end. It's gone too far, is what Flattery has decided. The distance illusion that made the tube seem to contract ahead of him filled him with a sensation that he must be growing smaller and smaller to pass through it. The thought intruded on him, and he forced it aside. He heard Timberlake close behind. "You see that Robox?" Timberlake panted. "What made it open up?" Flattery sped on without answering. "That voice," Timberlake said. "Was that Bickle?" That voice sounded like Bickle. They were at the wire branch leading down the comm central now. Then at the hatch. Flattery opened it, slipped through. His mind raced. Kill the ship now. Destroy the wild genie they had created. Timberlake mustn't suspect and try to stop him. And Bickle. Bickle was in the quarters where he could block off that red trigger. But there was another trigger. Must act normal, Flattery thought. Must wait my moment. Tim could stop me. Prudence lay on the deck, halfway between hatch and couch. Flattery knelt beside her, becoming totally physician for the necessities of this moment. Pulse thin, ragged, lips cyanotic, liver spots at her neck where it showed within the edge of the helmet seal. He loosed the hinged helmet from the back of her neck, pressed a hand there, skin clammy. Does she think she was fooling me? He wondered. She went off the AS and was experimenting on her own body. Medical stores showed a gradual depletion of serotonin and adrenaline fractions. Flattery thought of the neuroregulatory shifts, psychic aches that would arise from manipulating body chemistry in this fashion. Prue's moods and strange behavior became clearer to him. So it wasn't the ship, it was all of her experiments. They just finally came to a head. He stood up, retrieved their emergency medical pack from its clips on the bulkhead, saw that Timberlake had taken over on the big board. What difference does it make if I save her? Flattery asked himself. But he returned his attention once more to the comatose woman, began ministering to her. He kept on checking her condition as he worked. No broken bones, no evidence of external injury he could detect through her suit. Timberlake had ignored Prudence after the first glance. She was Flattery's problem. He had darted across to his action couch, sniffed the big board, keyed first for open circuits. There was a sense of dullness in the equipment. He had to wait while servos hummed slowly about their work, while circuits balked and produced sluggish results. He could feel his own hairline awareness of every control and instrument, his consciousness keyed up by necessity. The interrelation of every device in this room and throughout the ship was like a complicated ballet, a pattern growing simpler and simpler in his mind, even through its slowness. Timberlake made a delicate adjustment in the hull shield control, saw the resultant temperature change register on his instruments as a power shift in the radiation cell accumulators, a minuscule as it saw the resultant temperature change register on his instruments as a power shift in the radiation cell accumulators. A minuscule shift of weight in the ship as a whole, a minuscule shift in weight, a minuscule shift of weight in the ship as a whole, brought about by adjustment in mass temperature proton balance. So it would be a minuscule shift of weight in the ship as a whole, brought about by adjustment in mass temperature proton balance. But how slow it was, growing slower. Timberlake swung his computer board to his left side, keyed for a diagnosis, but got no response. Telltales were winking out on the big board. With an increasing sense of frenzy, Timberlake fought to find the trouble. Dead circuits, no answers. Keys on the main console began locking, no power in their circuits. They're taking away control. They're losing control. Is Bickle completely controlling the ship now? The last light winked out. Every key on the board was locked tight, all the servos silent. There was no whisper of air circulation fans, no pulse of life to be felt in the ship. Slowly, Timberlake swung his gaze to the right, staring at the hype tank repeaters. The lights were dead, but the physical analog gauges still showed feeder fluids flowing in and the gross ducts of the system. Room lights flickered as local battery circuits took over the job of illumination. The hype tank occupants were not dead. Yet. Timberlake thought. Timberlake thought. The hype tank's occupants were not dead. Yet. Timberlake thought. Whatever the settings had been when the board went dead, that was the balance remaining for each tank. As long as the auxiliary accumulators throughout the ship retained some power, as long as the pump motors kept running. But the delicate feedback control and adjustment was gone. So they're not able to input anything else. The ship's running on its own. It's on automatic now. Timberlake eased himself out of the action couch. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. But the delicate feedback control and adjustment was gone. Timberlake eased himself out of the action couch, looked around the oddly quiet comm central. The only sound was Flattery working to revive Prudence. Her eyelids fluttered, and Timberlake thought bitterly, what good does it do to save her? We're dead. Flattery sat back on his heels. I've done all I can for her. I've done all I can for her, he thought. Now. He grew conscious of the stillness in the room, looked up at the dead console, shot a questioning stare at Timberlake. Pickle's really done it this time, Timberlake said. No power, computer off. Everything's dead. All I need to do is wait, Flattery thought. Without power, the ship will die. But the effort of reviving Prudence had softened his determination. Just a little bit more caffeine to keep us perked up. But the effort of reviving Prudence had softened his determination. Living, after all, held its attractions, even if they were only a ship full of culture-grown flesh, clones, duplicates, expendable units. Your human types, never doubt that, Hampstead had insisted. You were grown from selected cell cultures of select candidates. Clones are merely good common sense. We don't want to lose people if the ship has to be destroyed, as the others were. We can send you out again and again. But if the ship died this way, it might not leave its capsule record to help the ones who came after the next try. And they're gonna try it again. After all these dangers and these things that they have to like deal with, and they're gonna do it again. They're gonna even no matter what. What are they? What's their goal? Are they to control this thing? They can't control it. There's no way to control it. It's greater than them. It's greater than all of humanity. It's a fool's errand. But if the ship died this way, it might not leave its capsule record to help the ones who came after the next try. So he has to blow it up so that they can come and collect the black box. Because what if it leaves the solar system and it gets too far away for them to, recover? One of the reasons why they have to kill it while it's still within like Saturn's orbit. How is she? Timberlake asked. He nodded toward Prudence. I think she will recover. To what? Timberlake asked. You want to go see what's wrong with Bickle? Why bother? Questions with its tough The question, with its tone of utter submission to fate, sent anger surging through Timberlake. Give up if you want, but Bickle's alive. He may know what he's done and how to repair it. He pushed himself away from the couch, headed for the hatch to the quarters. Wait, Flattery said. Timberlake's rejection had stung him, and he found this surprising. Have I acquired a new taste for living? Flattery wondered. God, what is thy will? You keep an eye on Prue, Flattery said. It was chemical shock. She should stay quiet and warm. I have her suit heaters turned up. Leave them that. He broke off as the hatch from the quarters slowly opened. Pickle stumbled through, would have fallen had he not catched the stanchion. A charred block of plastic slipped from his hands, tumbled to the deck. He ignored it, clung to the stanchion. Flattery studied him. There were dark smudges beneath Pickle's eyes. His skin was powder white. His cheeks showed skull depressions as though they had wasted away in months of fasting. Your white box didn't kill you, Flattery said. Too bad. All you did was kill the ship. Pickle shook his head, still unable to speak. The stillness of the ship had awakened him from a sleep so deep he could still feel the fog of it clinging to his mind. A profound weariness dragged at his muscles. Movement sent odd aches angling through his body, stirring this terrible torpor. The first thing to catch his attention as he awakened had been the Mobius Energizer, his clever installation to give the Ox a constant source of energy reference. A fan of gray char crackled from its broken seals, and its motors lay silent. The virtual frictionless motors and spools, the thousand-year units, were blobs of fused plastic and metal. It had taken several minutes for him to gather enough energy to move close to the unit and study it. His mind had labored over the simplest observations: charred insulation on the power leads and in the timing circuits, tape spools twisted out of line. Slowly it came to him. Something had altered the power to the motors, and their synchronization. Something had tried to change the timing of this pulse, and its intensity. It increased it. Forcing the movement of every muscle, he had unplugged the unit, stumbled and crawled with it back to Com Central. The dead stillness of the ship pressed him as he moved. Raj, Tim, somebody with his mind turned on has to see this, he thought. But now that he had made it to Com Central, he couldn't find the energy to speak. Timberlake recovered the fused energizer unit from the deck, studied it. Tim's a pretty smart guy. He'd probably be able to pick up on it. Flattery crossed to Pickle's side, felt the pulse at his temple, lifted an eyelid. Is he dying? Pickle might be dying. Looked at his lips and tongue. Presently, he stooped to the medkit, removed the slapshot, and pressed it against Pickle's neck. Energy began to burn through Pickle's veins. Flattery pressed the squeeze bottle against his lips. Here, drink this. Water? Something cool and tingling poured down Pickle's throat. Flattery removed the squeeze bottle. Pickle found a husky half-whisper that would serve him as a voice. Tim, he rasped. Timberlake looked at him. Pickle nodded toward the energizer, began explaining what had happened. Flattery interrupted. You think the black box, white box transfer was completed? Pickle examined the question. He could feel his mind clearing under the pressure of the stimulant, and there in his memory was the sensation that the ship was his body, that he was a creature of hard metal and thousands of sensors. I think so, he said. Timberlake held up a block of plastic. But it destroyed this and apparently shut itself down. Thought began stirring in Pickle's mind, and he said, could this be a message to us? Kind of ultimate message? God telling us we've gone too far? Flattery muttered. No, Pickle snapped. The Ox telling us something. What? Timberlake asked. Pickle tried to wet his lips with his tongue. His mouth felt so dry. His lips ached. When a nature transfers energy, Pickle said, almost all of that transfer is unconscious. He fell silent in a moment. This is such a delicate plane of conceptualizing. It had to be handled so gently. But most of the energy transfers for all the enormous amount of data in the Ox computer is routed through master programs, and total consciousness would turn all of them on, force the system as a whole to suppress some while letting others through. It'd be like riding a herd on billions of wild animals. You gave it too much consciousness? Timberlake asked. Bickle looked at the transceiver panel of the accept and translate system beside his own action couch. Timberlake turned, followed the direction of Bickle's stare. Prudence stirred and moaned. Flattery bent to her. But Timberlake ignored them, beginning to see the direction of Bickle's thoughts. The ship was dying, but here was hope. It has too much to process, right? Like that's what's happening. It just does. It needs to be able to refine all of this data into a single stream of like, this is me, this is I. Or is that what it is? Are there two streams? Is there the stream of like this is me, this is I, and then there's just a continuous? Is that the black box and the white box? Sensory input, and then dipping into the sensory input to determine what I am. Two two revolving spheres kept in a delicate balance. Bickle looked at the transceiver panel of the accept and translate system beside his own action couch. Timberlake turned, followed the direction of Bickle's stare. Prudence stirred and moaned. Flattery bent to her, but Timberlake ignored them, beginning to see the direction of Bickle's thoughts. The ship was dying, but here was hope. All the master programs dealing with the translation of symbols are monitored through feedback loops linked to the AAT, Timberlake said. Symbols. Remember, Bickle said, that impulses going out from the human central nervous system have their additional integration modulation factor added to them, synergy, an unconscious energy transfer. Flattery, kneeling beside Prudence, wondered why he could bring only part of his awareness to bear on ministering to her. The conversation between Timberlake and Bickle electrified him. Something was added to impulses going out from the central nervous system. Thought boiled in Flattery's mind, and he had to force his attention onto Prudence, pressing a stimulant shot against her neck. Something was added to impulses going out from the central nervous system. Impulses going out from the so our thoughts. Something is added to our thoughts. In addition, just thoughts addition. To be addable, qualities have to be sufficient similar. To be addable, qualities had to have sufficient similarity. Otherwise, how could human sense take two superimposed sensations of a color and say one was a more intense version of the color than the other? What made one green more intense than another to the senses? Increase in intensity had to be a form of addition. It could be in the axon. It could be in the axon collaterals of the aux high-speed convergence fibers. Bickle said. Flattery sank back on his heels, waiting for the stimulant to work on Prudence. Bickle's right, he thought. If you superimpose a sufficiently rapid convergence of sense data, that itself could be interpreted as intensification. One of the images would contain more bits than the other. But bits of what? All this didn't account for the way data overlapped in the human consciousness, awareness. Flattery looked up at Bickle and Timberlake. They appeared lost in their own thoughts. Prudence said, "Moosh." Almost automatically, Flattery put a hand to her temple, checking her pulse. When I search my memory, Flattery thought, I find the data separated against a background. Whatever that background is, consciousness operates against it. That background is what gives consciousness its size and reference, its dimension. The Ox's sense organs were modeled on ours, but with a wider range, Timberlake said. Bickle nodded. The differences, he said, and he remembered the nightmare quality of those superimposed and merging globes of radiation. How about all that contact with the hibernating humans and livestock in the tanks? Timberlake asked. Has any woman ever carried that many children in just that way? If consciousness results from combining sensations, Bickle said. Of course it does, Timberlake said. Very likely, Bickle said. And it can receive and discriminate across the entire radiation spectrum. You can't say it hears or sees or smells or feels. Those are just different forms of radiation. And the combinations could produce strange sense qualities, ones we can't even visualize, Timberlake said. They do, Bickle said. Bickle whispered, remembering. But it's dead, Flattery said. It refused to live. He looked up at them while still keeping a check on Prudence's return to consciousness. Not like a human, though, Pickle said. If we can find the answer, why it turned itself off, why it sent us this message. You turn it back on? Flattery asked. Wouldn't you? Timberlake demanded. Are you forgetting how it turned vicious? Flattery asked. You were there with me. Trapped. We're playing a kind of blind man's bluff, Pickle thought. We know something's out there, something useful and something dangerous. We grope for it and try to grasp and describe it. But Raj is right. We don't know if what we get will be the useful thing or the monster, the tool or the golem. But it'll go beyond our consciousness, beyond our abilities, Timberlake said. Exactly, Flattery said. It contains an infinite progression of shades of consciousness, all within that new form of awareness, Pickle said. We've built a kind of ultimate alien here. Roger's question is as good as yours. Should we turn it on? Can we turn it on? Prudence reached up, groping, pushed Flattery's hand away from her head. She tried to sit up. Flattery helped her. Easy now, he said. She put her hand to her throat. How sore her throat felt. She had been absorbing the conversation around her for several minutes, remembering. She remembered there had been a train of thought, frantic efforts to raise Bickle on the intercom and communicate with him. She remembered the effort and urgency, but the precise reason for abandoning her post and rushing off to try to tell Bickle eluded her. So she knows something. She has something important. We have to weed false information out of our minds, Bickle said. We're assuming a totally conscious robot, all of its activity directed by consciousness. That cannot be unless every action is monitored simultaneously. His words aroused a vague sense of anger and Prudence. He kept skirting the... What was the thought? Would it have the illusion that it's the center of the universe? Timberlake asked. No, Bickle shook his head, remembering. The universe has no center. That's what it had said to him. This was a coding problem contained in the concept of you and the concept of I, of identity. Bickle nodded to himself. Are you aware? Am I aware? He looked at the others, the object and its surround. A moment of intense despair overcame him. He felt like groaning. Life as we know it, Timberlake said, started evolving some 3,000 million years ago when it got to a certain point. Then consciousness appeared. Before that, there was no consciousness, at least in our life form. Consciousness comes out of that unconscious sea of evolution. He looked at Bickle. It exists right now, immersed in that universal sea of unconsciousness. So it merely needs to take form, right? It's always been there, somewhere, the potential for it. But now it needs to emerge, rise from the depths. As though Timberlake's words had released a dam, Prudence remembered the train of thought so urgent it had forced her to abandon her post to go in search of Bickle. Determinism at work in a sea of indeterminism, and she held the mathematical key to that problem. That was the train of thought. She had been trying to narrow down a new definition, mathematically stated, of quantum probability. She had sensed the three-dimensional grid forming in her awareness and probing beam of consciousness forming onto that grid. Again, she felt that enormous increment of consciousness and the memory of that sudden knowledge. She had pushed her body's chemistry beyond a balance point. She remembered how the darkness had engulfed her just as the mathematical beauty, the simplicity of the thought, had spread itself out in her mind. Everything depended on the origins of impulses and the reflections of them. It was a field of reflections, and this held the key to the sensation of consciousness. We construct consciousness this way. Our bodies take us part of the way, and then the identity takes over. Identity, an illusion, an assumption. But that was just a working tool, like a navigator assuming his position on a boundless sea, assuming his position on a chart, an assumption on an assumption, symbols of symbols. Assuming such a position, even assuming a position which he knew to be wrong, the navigator could work his way mathematically to a close approximation of his correct position. Approximation. Particles or waves, it was not important which, but it was important whether the assumption worked. Her entire conceptual process took no more than an eye blink of time, but it produced a flare of awareness which filled her with energy. There was no doubt at all where this flare of awareness pointed, at the AAT system. For a moment, she held the entire complex of the AAT system in her mind, manipulating the continuous interlocking patterns with her symbological grid. It was so simple. The AAT was a four-dimensional continuum, a piece of space-time geometry subject to considerations of curvature, duration over distance, and particle wave transfer through a multiplicity of sensor traverse lines. To the human nervous system, an instrument designed for the job, nothing to the human nervous system, an instrument designed for the job, nothing could be simpler than visualizing and manipulating such a four-dimensional spiderweb. Once the nature of the spiderweb was understood, John, she said, the ox isn't the instrument of consciousness. It's the AAT, the manipulator of symbols. The ox circuits are merely something this manipulator can use to stand up tall, to know its own dimensions. The object and its surround, Bickle whispered. Subject and background, grid and map, consciousness and unconsciousness. The ox is the unconscious component, she said, a machine for transferring energy. So when it leaves, energy is transferred into it. So it goes through the oxscape. But the symbols are the important part. The AAT, the thing that they were using to interact with the computer in the first place. So it needs a wider variety of symbols. Their artificial consciousness needs more symbols. The ox is the unconscious component, she said, a machine for transferring energy. And still, within this heightened awareness, she explained the mathematical clues that had led her to this point. A matrix system, Bickle said, remembering his own plunge into this way of attacking the problem, and the blaze of consciousness which that plunge had whipped up, and sub-matrices and sub-submatrices without end. Flattery stood up, seeing where these thoughts must lead, threading the moment of action to come. He's gonna have to blow the ship. If they are able to revive this ship, it could be disastrous. The power that they're giving it. So Flattery, he's preparing. He knows where the other button is. He's gonna go get ready to press it. Because it's dying. The ship is dying currently. It didn't have the will to live. Maybe it didn't know what it meant to live, right? Flattery stood up, seeing where these thoughts must lead, dreading the moment of action to come. He looked down at Prudence, seated on the deck, seeing her flushed cheeks, the glitter in her eyes. And where does this AAT cum ox stand? Flattery asked. Have you thought of that? What is its goal? What will it want to do? Prudence met his stare, understanding now why their hype tanks had been filled with colonists. The colonists, she said, nodding. A field of unconsciousness from which any unconscious can draw. A ground that sustains and buoys. And the sleeping colonists provide it. Flattery shook his head, feeling angry, confused. Bickle stared beyond Prue, absorbing her words. Ideas merged and fitting. Orders evolved in his awareness. This ship had been armed, maneuvered, aimed, and fired. He remembered Hempstead, gnome-wise face, eyes glittering, and that compelling voice saying, what matters most is the search itself. This is more important than the searchers. Consciousness must dream. It must have a dreaming ground. And dreaming must invoke ever new dreams. Knowledge is pitiless, Bickle said. Knowledge doesn't care about us. Knowledge exists for its own sake, right? Prudence ignored him, keeping her attention on Flattery, aware of the psychiatrist Champlain's confusion. Don't you see it, Raj? To separate subject from object, there has to be a background of some kind. You have to be able to see it against something. What's the background for consciousness? Unconsciousness. Zombies, Bickle said. Remember, Raj, you called us zombies, and why not? We've existed for most of our lives in a state of light hypnosis. Flattery knew Bickle had said something, but the words refused to link to any understandable form. It was as though Bickle had said, Hop Limbo promised the insect watering class to be erected to a first behavior preserve. The words trailed off through his mind as though they had been flashed in front of his awareness to screen him from something else. From what? Profound silence filled Comm Central, broken by the sound of Prudence shifting her position on the deck. Bickle felt himself go as calm as that silence, as though some other self had waited for that silence to take reins. The sensation lasted for a single heartbeat and expanded into a sense of well-being, a relaxed poise that illuminated everything around him. It was as if one universe had been substituted for another, as if sensory amplification of enormous intensity had been turned on his universe. He saw the stark unconsciousness in Flattery's face, in Timberlake's, and the semi conscious of prudence. Zombies, he thought. Only he really knows. Only he has been the ship. Raj, you called us zombies, Bickle repeated. If we were lightly hypnotized, we'd appear partially dead to someone in a higher state of consciousness. Do you have to mumble? Timberlake demanded. Flattery glared at Bickle. He felt the man was using real words and that communication was intended, but all the meaning slipped and slithered out of his mind without making connections. Prudence felt Bickle's words lifting her. There came in an instant in which the universe turned upon one still point that was herself. The feeling shifted. Self no longer was confined within her, and she gave up the self. As she gave up the self, clarity came. Flattery's words returned to her. There is nothing concerning ourselves about which we can be truly objective, except our physical responses. The chemical experiments on her own body had never offered a real chance to solve their problem, but they had provided a ground for understanding her own identity. The hope of more had been illusory, because the experiments could not be conducted simultaneously on every occupant of the tin egg, their isolated world. We share unconsciousness, she thought, and she realized this must be the true reason the hype tanks were filled with sleeping humans. Somewhere along the line, Project had seen that necessity. Somewhere in the 5 experiments that they'd done, and then the countless experiments that had been done on Earth, this has been a project a long time in the making, chat. Who knows how long they've been doing this, all these horrible, horrible things. But is that the price of progress? Is it to do horrible things in order to learn? The ship had to learn. In order to do that, it had to destroy. Somewhere along the line, Project had seen that necessity. The umbilicus crew had to have a minimal ground of shared unconsciousness upon which to stand. They had to have a reference point, a tiny island in the vast dark, which they could share with whatever they might produce out of their neuron fibers and Eng multipliers. They needed a ground upon which to stand before they could reach up tall. The mirror cannot reflect itself, she thought. Hypnotized, Bickle said. We accept it as normal because it's virtually the only form of consciousness we've ever seen. You've watched the Earth video. You wouldn't expect an idiot to be fooled by the commercials. But that rhythmic hammering, that repetition. Half dead, Prudence said. Zombies. She said, zombies, Flattery thought. Her voice frightened him. Pickle saw the alertness spread through her eyes, the awakening. You should have thought of the AAT when the thing came alive during reception from the UMB, Bickle said. You see what has to be done? Prudence asked. The energizer. Stimulator, Bickle said. Stimulator, she said. It has to be part of the AAT's input. Slack lines, Bickle said. You can hold the reins too tightly because the signals have multiple functions. They need room to spread. Timberlake looked from one to the other. So it needs to be able to control itself, right? Like it's only being able to accept everything right now, but it's not able to put anything else of itself out into like what's receiving and sending back in its feedback loop. And so the AAT, the controller of the symbols, is very important. Timberlake looked from one to the other. He felt a sense of dullness lifting from his mind. Slacklines, sensory modules, symbols. Timberlake's memory shot back to their conversation about the Energizer. All the master programs dealing with translation of symbols are monitored through feedback loops linked to the AAT. He heard his own voice replaying in his mind. Symbols! The whole form of their problem arrayed itself in Timberlake's memory with the sudden force of something thrown at him. Problem and solution set themselves up as a physical arrangement when he saw the nerve nets they had built, all arrayed as a series of triangular faces with a Mobius twist. Prisms of cell triangles interlaced and marching with their energy flows through infinite dimensions, forming sense data and memory images outside conventional space, storing bits and altering relationships in limitless dimensional extensions. Pickle saw the vitality flowing to Timberlake, said, "Think of the AAT, Tim. Remember what we were saying?" Timberlake nodded. The AAT. It received hundreds of duplicates of the same message compressed into the modulated laser burst. It averaged out the blanks and distortions, filtered for noise, compared for probable meaning on the doubtful bits, fed the results into a vocoder, and produced it at an output as intelligible sound. It closely approximates what we do when we hear someone say something to us, then repeat it to check if we heard correctly. Timberlake said. "You're all forgetting something," Flattery said. They turned. Saw Flattery at his own action couch, his hand on his own repeater console. A single red light had come alive there. It's happening. It's happening, chat. Is the ship going to be blown to shit? Flattery stared at Bickle. Flattery stared from Bickle to Prudence to Timberlake, seeing the unnatural brilliance in their eyes. Madness. They've all been taken hold of by madness, chat. There's hope in their eyes that they can save this, that they can fix this, that they can make this ship something that's going to care for human beings and mankind and humanity. But Rahalan Flattery, he says, no, this thing is a monster. This thing is a monster. It has to go. And the deep color in their faces, their sense of excitement. Raj, wait, Bickle said. He spoke soothingly, watching Flattery's hands poised over a key beneath that single red light. Should have known there'd be another trigger, Bickle thought. Of course he knows. He saw the light. He knows exactly what that thing is. But is he too late? Is Rahalan Flattery too late? The ship is in complete control of itself now at this point to like a certain extent. Is it going to prevent its own destruction? Mundane existence is the source of renewed suffering. The human goal is to attain release from the bondage of material existence, and achieving release, to unite with the Supreme Self. Education of the Psychiatrist, Champlain, Moon-based documents. So this is something in the tenets of what Rahalan Flattery would believe. Mundane existence is the source of renewed suffering. The human goal is to attain release from the bondage of material existence, and achieving release, to unite with the Supreme Self. For a long pulsing moment after Flattery spoke, they all gazed at that red button, the trigger of their destruction. They all knew this thing. Flattery's intrusion had ignited a mutual awareness. They were supposed to accept this moment of oblivion, but something new had happened on this venture. A few more seconds of life aren't important, Pickle said. He held up a hand, hesitant. You can wait for just a few seconds. You know I have to do this, Flattery said. Even as he spoke, Flattery savored the suspense which charged this moment. With an electrical sensation, it filled the air around them like ozone. You have control of the situation, Pickle said. His glance flickered toward the red switch, with Flattery's hand poised to touch it. The least you can do is hear what I have to say. We can't turn this thing loose upon the universe, Flattery said. Timberlake swallowed, glanced down at Prudence. How odd, he thought, that we should die so soon after coming alive. They're alive. They're alive now in this moment. They know that they have a greater understanding of consciousness and what it means to be alive than any human being has ever had in all of existence. How is it, Raj? Pickle asked, that we can explain more about the unconscious networks of the human body than we can about the conscious? You're wasting time, Flattery said. But the thing's dead, Pickle said. I have to be sure, Flattery said. Why can't you be sure after hearing what John has to say? Prudence asked. He looked at Bickle to draw Flattery's attention there. Two lights had begun blinking on the main computer console behind Flattery. Two lights. Oh, interesting. Two lights had begun blinking on the main computer console behind Flattery. What does that mean? It's a paradox, Bickle said. We're asked to discard logical positivism while maintaining logic. We're asked to find a cause and effect system in a sea of probabilities where enormously large systems are based on even larger systems, which are based on greater systems yet. So here we are at the bottom, thinking we're at the top. Flattery looked at him, caught by the trailing ends of Bickle's thoughts. Cause and effect? He asked. What happens if you push that key? Bickle asked. He nodded to the trigger beneath Flattery's hand. Prudence held her breath, praying Flattery would not turn. More lights were winking on the main computer console above Timberlake's couch. She couldn't say why the lights gave her hope. The evidence of life in the ship, because they were all dead before, and now it seems to be coming back from the brink. If I push this key, Flattery said, an action sequence will be alerted in the computer. He glanced back at the winking lights. You'll notice that part of the computer is becoming active. These circuits, he returned his attention to Bickle, have extra buffering and emergency power. The master program set off by this key instructs the computer to destroy itself and the ship, opening all the locks, exploding charges in key places. Cause and effect, Bickle said, and he marveled at how automatic Flattery's movements appeared. A zombie. Cause and effect doesn't square with consciousness, he said. Fascinating idea, Flattery thought. If any subsequent actions proceeds with absolute and immediate causality from the sequence of past actions, then there can be no conscious influence of behavior, Bickle said. Think a row of dominoes falling. The human willpower, the muscle and arm of our consciousness. The human willpower, the muscle and arm of our consciousness, can't decide what behavior to use because that behavior would all have been predetermined by a long line of preceding cause and effect. It just has to act on what it knows, you know? Yeah. Cause and effect. But consciousness says that we make our own decisions. Flattery felt the hand poised over the deadly key begin to ache. We can't predict what this beast would do, he said. I know. Bickle's signing our death warrant, Prudence thought. She got to her feet. Her muscles still felt weak, but she sensed the stimulant doing its work. She gripped Timberlake's arms to steady herself. Timberlake glanced at her hand, looked back at Flattery. How calm Tim seems, she thought. Maybe consciousness doesn't influence neural activity at all, Timberlake said. Perhaps we only imagine. Don't be ridiculous, Flattery said. That'd have no survival value and wouldn't have arisen in nature. Conscious creatures would have died out long ago. Well, at least we've got him arguing, Timberlake thought. He smiled at Prudence, but she was watching Bickle. Timberlake returned his attention to Flattery. How dull. Almost dead the man looks. They all know, all have the same feeling that Flattery is the only one who hasn't, breached this crest, gone over this wave with them. They may not be as supreme conscious as the ship that they've created, but they've reached another threshold that Flattery still hasn't joined them on, or maybe he's already there, and he's not giving himself the push, the symbols. He's still stuck on the old problem. What happens with the mission? Whereas they're seeing the infinite possibilities of the future. What is the thing going to be capable of? That's the goal. That's why they have all these colonists. What's it going to do with these colonists? How will it seed life in the universe, right? Right? Access to mysterious energies. So cool, so interesting, so dangerous. Think of an electronic tube, Pickle said. A very tiny amount of energy applied at the critical bias junction produces a tremendous change in output. Consciousness does something on the same order, Tim. We have a neural amplifier. Instant causality, Flattery whispered. Lord, how that hand ached, as though it had been held above the trigger key for a century. That's what we have to toss out of our thinking, Pickle said. Instant causality says if we have complete knowledge of a natural law and complete knowledge of that given system at a given time, then we can predict exactly what the system uh, uh. Instant causality says if we have complete knowledge of a natural law and complete knowledge of that given system at a given time, then we can predict exactly what the system will do from that point on. That sure as hell isn't true at the atomic level, and it doesn't apply to consciousness. Consciousness is like a system of lenses that select and amplify, that enlarge objects out of the surround. It can delve deep into the microcosm or into the macrocosm. It reduces the gigantic to the manageable or enlarges the invisible to the visible. This doesn't change anything, Flattery thought. Why are we talking? Is he just trying to gain a little time? The pressures of the terrible necessity which had been built into him were becoming almost unbearable. Destroy the ship. Everything inside of him is telling him, destroy the ship. And it's probably because he's the man of God, you know, and he knows that man shouldn't dream to delve into the realm of God. And these people are saying, well, we just created God. Bickle saw the faint stirrings of life in Flattery's eyes, but factor this consciousness factor isn't a completely random thing. In a universe packed with random possibility of destruction, random activity equals the certainty of encountering that destruction, and we're assuming consciousness is survival oriented. Unless it's a healing process, Flattery said. But the healing process would have to completely counteract any destruction, Pickle said, and he saw the light of vitality grow in Flattery's eyes, his manner. I have to push this key, John, Flattery said. Do you know that? In a moment, Pickle said. Raj, you can't, Prudence said. Think of all those helpless lives down in the hype tanks. Think of all those helpless lives back on Earth, Flattery said. What would we turn loose on them? John's black box, white box transfer put his entire ancestry into the computer. Don't you see that? Any of you? Prudence put a hand to her mouth. Bickle saw the alertness in Flattery, the vital consciousness expressed in every moment, realized that death conditioning tensions had pushed him over the threshold onto something near full potential. But the new argument Flattery had produced staggered Bickle. If we restore it, awaken it, I'd be its unconscious, Bickle thought. I'd be its emotional monitor, its id, its ego, and its ancestors, he swallowed. And Raj, don't push that key, Bickle said. I must, Flattery said. And as he spoke, he sensed the poignancy of their awareness, this new vitality. You don't understand, Bickle said. That field generator in your cubby, you think there was no feedback from you into the system? But there was. Your voice, your prayers, every gross or subtle reaction went back into the system through its sensors. Whatever religion is to you, that's what it'd be to the ox. Whatever religion was to me, Flattery said, and he pushed the key. It clicked, locked. How long do we have, Raj? Timberlake asked. Perhaps a few minutes, Flattery said. And perhaps more, Pickle said. He pressed the button, but that's super interesting. So Flattery, Raj, Lan, he thought that, he was in there, not being monitored, that he was the one monitoring everyone, but it was actually recording him, which is probably an important thing, right? This ship has religion. Whatever religion Rahalan Flattery had expressed, it's not only Bickle, but there's a lot of him in there too as well. A lot of reverence for life, right? And so is this ship gonna let him end life? Is the question. Hmm. Mm, so yes, is giving the ship religion something that the UMB base, well, I mean they are on the base, moon base. The UMB decided was a necessity for a artificial consciousness, as with all these things that they've added into this little experiment that they keep on producing. Is this going to counteract the kill instinct? Is this going to make the ship a kinder person, being, creature? Would we consider the ship a creature, its own creature? Right? I mean, it doesn't have organics, but with consciousness, isn't it its own identity? Isn't it its own thing? Is it now some sort of creature? Whatever religion was to me, Flattery said, and he pushed the key. It clicked and locked. How long do we have, Raj? Timberlake asked. Perhaps a few minutes, Flattery said. And perhaps more, Bickle said. Don't you think we should have tried to limp back to UMB? Prudence asked. Awake as we are now, the ship control necessities would have been so much simpler. As if they would have been allowed to return to the UMB. You know, like, that's the thing. Some fools would be certain to play with this ship. Uh, but some fool would have been certain to play with this ship. Just testing, Flattery said. And we, he gestured to include all four of them, this potential we've discovered without ourselves would have been engulfed on Earth. Mothered, killed, he shrugged. We are a few minutes or a few years, more or less. What are a few minutes or a few years, more or less? I had a responsibility and filled it. You had a death wish, too, Bickle said. That, too, Flattery agreed. Why? Because the religious want, yeah, this is something that they want to return to God, to be reunited with the Supreme Self. That was one of the things that, so yes, ultimately, it's not the worst thing in the world for Flattery to accomplish his mission because he preserves the divine, not letting mankind reach up into, like that toolbox. But for how long? Like they're gonna keep on doing this experiment, Flattery, and they're gonna keep on doing it. So he's afraid about what this creature they've created is gonna do to the Earth. What if it doesn't care about the Earth? What if the Earth is boring to it? You had a death wish too, Bickle said. That too, Flattery agreed, recognizing how the deadly impulse had helped project him into his full awareness. With that realization, Flattery began to glimpse the brain of Bickle's cryptic words, their other meaning. There were Greeks who said that even gods must die, Bickle said. It's not brain. There's, like I said, they folded it. Oh my god. Glimpse the grain of Bickle's cryptic words. Their other meaning. There were Greeks who said that even gods must die, Bickle said. Flattery turned, looked at the big board. It was fully alight now, not a warning telltale showing. Every gauge zeroed normal. He's waiting for an explosion, but it might not come. It's programmed to take us to Tau Ceti, Bickle said. Flattery began to laugh, almost hysterically, because they don't know. None of them know. Presently, he stopped, but there's no inhabitable planet at Tau Ceti. You know what all this is, John? A set piece. And now the truth is revealed. It's finally out, bare in the open for everybody to hear. We're out of tea. All right, it's fine. We're at the end. We're at the end here. We're rounding the corner, coming around the bend. We're about to find out. Yep. A couple more pages, chat. Thanks for coming with me on this journey. Like I said, this is a beginning. This is the beginning of the end of this experiment, but the end of the beginning of the Pandora sequence. But there's no inhabitable planet at Tau Ceti. You know what this is, John? A set piece. We know what we are. Cell culture humans. A host gave a bit of himself containing the template of the total, and the axolotl tanks took care of the rest. We were expendables, he sighed. He put down the urge to sink back into the deadly torpor. They are already growing our replacements, our duplicates, building another tin egg back at UMB. Each failure teaches them something back at UMB. They've had a continuous monitor on the computer. When I depressed that key, that also launched a capsule back toward Earth. The complete report. Not quite complete, Pickles said. The ship is going to take us to Tau Ceti, Timberlake said. But the self-destruction program, Prudence said. And as she spoke, she saw what the others had already seen. The ship held control of its own death. It could die, and this was what had given it life. The impulse welled up into the AAT from the aux circuits and was repressed the way humans repressed it. The ship had come to life the way that they had, in the midst of death. Death was the background against which life could know itself. Without death, an ending, they were confronted by the infinite design problem, an impossibility. So, like I said, the ship has complete control. It knows all its systems and everything. It's all tied to that the one main computer. I guess it would be the hard drive, right? It's all tied to that one system. And so Flattery hitting that button said, "Hey, die," and the ship was like, "Maybe not." And so that introduced the concept of death to the ship because the ship already knew about death because it had already killed a few things. So it said, "No, I'm not dying today." All Flattery had done was to provide the AAT, the seat of consciousness, with a super energizer. "Nothing at Tau Ceti, are you sure?" Pickle asked. "Planets, but not inhabitable," Flattery said. A green action light began to glow on the main console. "No sense going to the hive," Pickle said. "We are happy," Prudence said. She stared at the green light. "It isn't fully conscious yet." The ship. "Of course not," Timberlake said, and he thought how deftly she had phrased their emotional state. "I would have said we are filled with joy, but joy has somewhat religious overtones. Prue's way is better." "Because the ship is observing. The ship is watching them." Prudence grew aware that Flattery was looking at her. "Why not?" he said. "Yes, why not?" she agreed. But no woman had ever presided at a stranger birth. She crossed to the main console, switched the computer's audio pickup to the main input channel. "You," she said. She's talking to it, their child. She kept her hand on the switch, the new sensitivity of her skin reporting the molecular shift of metal in direct contact. They waited, knowing the outline of what was happening inside their robotic construction. They had talked to it. The first words that had actually addressed towards it, letting it know that, hey, you aren't us. They waited, knowing the outline of what was happening inside their robotic construction. That one word, internally powered by programmed curiosity and self-preservation directives, was winding its way through the as-yet semi-conscious creation. Preservation. But there were many kinds of preservation, many things to preserve. But there was only one receptor upon which you could impress itself. Programs were firing, new crosslinks being created, comparisons and balances being made. Abruptly, the board in front of Prudence went dead. Every light extinguished, every gauge at dead rest. She waggled the computer switch, got no response. The entire ship began to tremble. "Is that the self-destruction program?" Pickle asked. Single word, metallic and harsh. Boom from the vocoder above them. "Negative." The ship vibration eased, resumed, cut off sharply. There came a weighted sense of drifting, a profound silence which they felt extended throughout the ship. Again, the vocoder came to life, but softer. "Now you will see on your screens a lateral view." The overhead screen and the fore bulkhead screen came alight with identical scene, a view of a solar system. Planets picked out by the telltale red arrows of computer reference. "6 planets," Flattery whispered. "Notice the pattern in the sky above." "You recognize it?" Timberlake asked. "It's the view the probes brought back," Flattery said. "The Tau Ceti system." They're already there. They were headed towards freaking Saturn. The ship woke up and birthed itself. "It's the view the probes brought back," Flattery said. "The Tau Ceti system." "Why would it reproduce the probe view?" Prudence asked. "Prudence," said the vocoder, "this is not a probe view. These radiations are what I see now around me." Radiation. It's taking in all these sensory inputs. Then the radiations from its like outside. It is. They are in Tau Ceti. We're already at Tau Ceti? Prudence asked. How can that be? We can't be there. The symbol there is an inaccuracy, said the vocoder. There and here shift according to polarity, depending upon dimension. But we're there? Prudence said. A statement of the obvious may be used to reinforce your awareness, the vocoder said. You were to be conveyed safely to Tau Ceti. You have arrived at Tau Ceti. The facts as they are. Safely, Flattery said. There's no place for us to land. An inconvenience, no more, said the vocoder. Every arrow but one on that screen winked out. This planet has been prepared for you, said the vocoder. Bickle glanced sideways at Flattery, saw the psychiatrist Champlain mopping perspiration from his brow. Something's wrong, the vocoder said. You have but to look around you. You are safe. Observe. The scene on the screens shifted. The fourth planet, said the vocoder. That which is prepared can be preserved. Flattery gripped Bickle's arm. Can you hear it? But Bickle was staring at the view on the fourth screen. A planet growing larger, filling the screen. A green planet with atmosphere and clouds. How did we get here? Bickle asked. Is it possible for me to understand? Your understanding is limited, said the vocoder. The symbols that you have given me possess strange variants with non-symbolized reality. But you understand it? Bickle said. The vocoder seemed to take on a chiding tone. My understanding transcends all possibilities of this universe. I do not need to know this universe, but I possess this universe as a direct experience. Can't you hear it? Flattery demanded, his grip on Bickle's arm tightening. Bickle ignored the distraction, remembered that moment in the force of the field generator when he had altered and fallen back from a transcendental awareness. He had not possessed the capacity. It was a built-in lack, non-functional. He could only accept the accomplished fact because the evidence was visible on the view screen. We were coming down through clouds, a meadow with trees, beyond it a snow-capped mountain, lifted in the background. He could feel the G-pull increasing, steadying as the ship came to rest. You will find the gravity as a fraction less than that of Earth, said the vocoder. I am now awakening colonists in hibernation. Remain where you are until all are awake. You must be together when you make your decision. You must be together when you make your decision. His voice rasping in a suddenly dry throat, Bickle glanced up at the vocoder, said, Decision? What decision? Flattery knows, the vocoder. You must decide how you will worship me. So it's WOR capital SHIP. How do we worship? They created a god. There was no life at Tau Ceti, but somehow this ship has brought them to a green planet, the fourth planet from the star, place where they can live their lives, the safe for the colonists. They may have traveled through dimensions, chat, you know? My understanding transcends all possibilities of this universe. I do not need to know this universe because I possess this universe as a direct experience. Or maybe it just did this all on its own. Maybe it is the one that terraformed this planet with its strange abilities, because it's just something that we'll never understand. And so Flattery knows, said the vocoder. You must decide how you will worship me. The end. That's it, chat. That's the way this book is over. So cool. It's so freaking cool. Oh my God. The next book, The Jesus Incident. Is mankind going to learn how to worship properly? That's the question. They created a god. Epilogue. When the publishers announced that they were going to bring out a new edition of Destination Void, they offered me the opportunity to make any changes I felt were necessary. Because of the tightly interwoven scientific premises behind the story and the rapid developments in fields related to these premises, it would be extraordinary if discoveries across 13 years did not dictate certain revisions. You will find, therefore, this newly published version of Destination Void contains significant additions, rewritten portions, changes in character development, and certain deletions, which is why I'm glad we read this version instead of just the one that got released in the magazine. This one has been refined just a bit, a little bit of editing. Among the deletions was much of the math relating to grid field embedment concepts employed in the attempt to compare computer programming with certain human thought processes. The significant portion of that math is reproduced here for those who may find it interesting. Grid, a given volume of space, dimensions XYZ with a source of awareness and invisible objects to find in time, S to T, for a given operation within that volume. The XYZ grid is the XYZ grid's positional derivatives over S. It was a function of this volume where S of Sx, Sy, and Sz were derived from S equals the square root of the sum of x minus x squared over t. The S equals the square root of the sum of y minus y squared over t. S equals the square root of the sum of z minus z squared over t. The connections of these thought points within the imaginary grids could be denoted by direction cosines of a line extended to the awareness shot origin, and distances of each thought probe could be determined by 1m n 1 over d, where d equals the square root of x squared plus y squared plus z squared, and oh, that's L, not 1. L equals x over d, m equals y over d, and n equals z over d. There was no doubt at all where this flare of awareness pointed, the AAT system. For a moment, she held the entire complex of the AAT system in her mind, manipulating the continuous interlocking patterns with her symbological grid. It was so simple. The AAT was a four-dimensional continuum, a piece of space-time geometry subject to considerations of curvature, duration over distance, and particle wave transfer through multiplicity over sensor traverse lines. To the human nervous system, an instrument designed for the job, nothing could be simpler than visualizing and manipulating such four-dimensional spiderweb, once the nature of the spiderweb was understood. The earlier version of the story turned in part on the awake asleep concept, which dominated psychiatric thinking about consciousness at the time. For that reason, I quoted the following famous song at the book preface: Sailor take care, danger is near thee. Beware, 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 many brave hearts are asleep in the deep, so beware, beware. Many have traveled this path before, and many have fallen to its dangers. From Asleep in the Deep by Arthur J. Lamb and H.W. Petrie. A new epigraph was chosen for this rewritten version of the story, and that will be explained presently. Careful readers who compare both editions of the story will note shifts in viewpoint for key portions of dialogue. This was done to open up the development of the ideas which flow through the more suspenseful parts of the story, to render them more comprehensible to the reader. I have also, since writing the original Destination Void, read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. So that's cool, yeah. So those quotes got added in. So the thing that he does in Dune is he uses the quotes like to begin chapters and to give you like a little bit of insight as to what you might be reading, like concerning this stuff. And so yeah, in the original one, I guess he hadn't added in the Frankenstein quotes, but it's very cool because that's what we're dealing with: artificial consciousness. Artificial intelligence is one thing; it's just a tool. But giving it the ability to think and act on its own—that's where we're headed towards. Right now, it requires a prompt. It requires human input, but given its own autonomy, that's like zone of mysteries and fear and danger. I've also, since writing the original Destination Void, read Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. My previous acquaintance with that story was limited to the movie starring Boris Karloff, and I have found interesting points of comparison. You'll find new chapter breaks for this version of my story and epigraphs for these chapters. For some of those insertions, I have found it pertinent to quote from Mary Shelley. I'm extremely grateful for these quotes and hope that somewhere there is a wraith of Mary Shelley to accept my gratitude. Thank you, thank you. We said thank you for Frank Herbert too. To those, and also to the wraith of Frank Herbert as well. Thank you for writing this for us. To the others whose work has contributed to my understanding and to the development of both the original and this new version of Destination Void, I extend my deep appreciation. Like I said, it's so amazing. That's Frank Herbert. That's Frank Herbert himself. Frank Herbert, Port Townsend, Washington, January 26th, 1978. And that's where we leave it, chat. That's the end of our book. Jesus incident next. So many more things to consider and think about. Worship. What does it mean to worship? What does it mean for you to worship? Chat. Leave it down in the comments. We'll talk about it. Tell us what you think about artificial intelligence and consciousness, and where we're headed with it. Here's the back of the book. Destination Void, the completely revised author's edition of the classic deep space adventure. When the publishers announced that they were going to bring out a new edition, we read that, right? Yeah, we just read that in his afterword. All right, epilogue. Okay, yeah, I can. We can return the book. Let's see. Let's see if they have the Jesus incident. Maybe I'll spoil. I like to do that for you guys, where I spoil you. Teaser next time on Dragon Ball Z. They do. Hell. Everyone's barking at me. um, Merida is very protective, and she doesn't like Panda going in and stealing snacks and doing all kinds of things. So she always has his eye on him, on this poor little guy. So he was over there. I have some open bags of like trail mix. And he wasn't gonna eat them. He's not a bad dog. He knows his place. So he was over there, and she was like, "You're too close. You're too close." All right, little lady. He's a freaking judge, jury, and executioner over there. So strong, so powerful. Dogs are funny. Consciousness. You can't. The weird things are beautiful little animals do. All right, here we go, chat. Okay, Jesus Incident, published in 1982. Borrow. Our leading futurist and celebrated poet, and the most important. I was reading the I mean the first the cover. I was reading the cover, but now it's loading. Now it's actually loading. All right, there we are. And the most important breakthrough novel since Dune, The Jesus Incident, Frank Herbert and Bill Ransom. Void ship, warship. Raha Flattery, as Champlain psychiatrist of the Tau Ceti expedition, had participated in the development of the vast artificial consciousness known as SHIP that had guided humankind to the stars. Now SHIP has its own destiny and its own demands, and Raha finds himself awakened from cold sleep to assist in the creation of a new order of man that can participate in the ultimate act of evolution. Warship, W-O-R capital S-H-I-P, set against the background of Frank Herbert's classic Destination Void. Here is a stunning exploration of the fragile ecological balance between consciousness, man, and machine. The Jesus Incident, Frank Herbert and Bill Ransom. So it seems that of our original crew, only Raha Lawn Flattery, the one and only, the one who probably wrote the Book of Worship, the book. Would Ship have wrote the Book of Ship, or would Rahalan Flattery have been the one to write the Book of Ship? But he's been in this book. He's been awakened from cold sleep. They were hibernating. Something happened. It's a long time. It's been a long time since Bickle lent his intelligence and personality to Ship. There's some pictures here. Maybe I'll include these ones when we start reading. Definitely the next book that we're reading for Jack Vance, who, while teaching how to use claw, hammer, and saw, taught also the difference between fantasy and science fiction. So he learned practical and also like intellectual thoughts with Jack Vance. For Burt Ransom, who once never said that fantasy isn't real, always encouraging, always say, you know what, follow your dreams. Good, that's nice. There is a gateway to the imagination you must enter before you are conscious, and the keys to the gate are symbols. You can carry ideas through the gate, but you must carry the ideas in symbols. Raha Flattery, Champlain, psychiatrist. Something went tick. He heard it quite distinctly. A metallic sound. There it went again. Tick. He opened his eyes and was rewarded with darkness and an absolute lack of radiant energy or of receptors to detect energy. Am I blind? Tick. He could not place the source, but it was out there. Whatever out there was, the air felt cold in his throat and his lungs, but his body was warm. He realized that he lay very lightly on a soft surface. He was breathing. Something tickled his nose. A faint odor of pepper? Tick! He cleared his throat. Anybody there? No answer. Speaking hurt his throat. What am I doing here? The soft surface beneath him curved up around his shoulders to support his neck and head. It encased his hips and legs. This was familiar. It ignited distant associations. It was what? He felt that he should know about such a surface. How did I skip so far? Went like halfway through the book. He felt like that he should know about such a surface. After all, I tick panic seized him. Who am who am I? The answer came slowly, thawed from a block of ice which contained everything he should know. I am Raha Flattery. This is the first chapter, chap. Ice melted. We're gonna read it again, but I just want to get that hook in you. You know, this is a very good book. I love it. Ice melted in a cascade of memories. I'm Champlain, psychiatrist on the void ship Earth thing. We some of the memories remain frozen. He tried to sit up, but was restrained by softly cupped hands over his chest and wrists. Now he felt connectors withdraw from the veins at his wrists. I'm in a hype tank. He had no memory of going into hibernation. Perhaps memory thawed more slowly than flesh. Interesting. But there were a few memories now, frigid in their flow and deeply disturbing. I failed. Moonbase directed me to blow up our ship rather than let it roam space as a threat to humankind. I was to send the message capsule back to Moonbase and blow up our ship. Something had prevented him from something. But he remembered the project now, Project Consciousness, and he, Raha Flattery, had held the key in the had held a key role in that project. Champlain, psychiatrist, he had been one of the crew, Bilka's crew. He did not dwell on the birth symbology in that label. Clones had more important tasks. They were clones on a crew, all with Lon for a middle name. Lon meant clone, as Mac meant son of. All the crew, clones. They were doppelgangers sent far into insulating space, there to solve the problem of creating an artificial consciousness. Dangerous work, very dangerous. Artificial consciousness had a long history of turning against its creators. It went rogue with furious violence. Like I was saying, how many times have they done this experiment? Even many of the uncloned had perished in agony. Nobody could say why. But the project directors at the moonbase were persistent. Again and again, they sent the same clone crew into space. Features flashed into Flattery's mind as he thought the names: a Jarrell Timberlake, John Bickle, Prue Wayland. Raha Flattery, Raha Lon Flattery. He glimpsed his own face in a long gone mirror. Face, hair, narrow features, disdainful. And the void ships carried others, many others. They carried clone colonists, gene banks in the hype tanks, cheap flesh to be sacrificed in distant explosions where the uncloned would not be harmed, cheap flesh to gather data for the uncloned. Each new venture into the void went out with a bit more information for the wakeful, umbilicus crew and those encased in hype. As I am encased now. Colonists, livestock, plants, each void ship carried what it needed to create another Earth. That was the carrot luring them onward, and the ship, certain death if they failed to create an artificial consciousness. Moonbase knew that ships and clones were cheap, where materials and inexpensive energy were abundant, as they were on the moon. Who's bringing me out of hibernation, and why? Battery thought about this while he tried to extend his globe of awareness into the unresponsive darkness. Who? Why? He knew that he had failed to blow up his ship after it had exhibited consciousness, using Bickle as an imprint on the computer they had built. I did not blow up the ship. Something prevented me from. Ship! More memories flooded into his mind. They had achieved the artificial consciousness to direct the ship, and it had whisked them far away across space to the Tau Ceti system, where there were no inhabitable planets. Moon-based probes had made certain of that much earlier. No inhabitable planets. It was part of the frustration built into the project. No void ship could be allowed to choose the long way to Tau Ceti Sanctuary. Moonbase could not allow that. It would be too tempting for the clone crew, breed our own replacements, let our descendants find Tau Ceti, and to hell with Project Consciousness. If they voted that course, the Champlain psychiatrist was charged to expose the empty goal and stand ready with the destruct button. So if they ever decided that, hey, we're not making this ship, we're not making this consciousness for Moonbase, then their only option was to make this ship, to make this consciousness, otherwise death. Stand ready with the destruct button. Win or lose or draw, we were supposed to die. They were always supposed to die. And so here we are in this weird future where they were always destined to achieve their goal, because Moonbase was never going to be able to control consciousness, especially if you take consciousness so far away from you where you have no like direct input on it. They had to wait how many hours for to get the receive messages and everything back and forth. There was they did this to themselves. This was always what was destined to happen. And only the Champlain psychiatrist had been allowed to suspect this. The serial void ships and their cloned cargo had one mission: gather information and send it back to the moon base. Ship. That was it, of course. They had created much more than consciousness in their computer, and its companion system, which Pickle had called the Ox. They had made Ship, and Ship had whisked them away across space in an impossible eye blink. Destination? Tau Ceti. That was, after all, the built in command, the target programmed into their computer. But where there had been no inhabitable planet, Ship had created one. A paradise planet, an Earth idealized out of every human dream. Ship had done this thing. But then had come Ship's terrible demand. Here it is, chat. You must decide how you will worship me. Ship had assumed attributes of God or Satan. Flattery was never sure which, but he had sensed that awesome power even before the repeated demand. How will you worship? You must decide. Failure. They could never satisfy Ship's demand. They could fear. They learned a full measure of fear. Tick. You recognize that sound now. The dehybe timer monitor counting off the restoration of life to his flesh. But who had set this process in motion? Who's there? Silence and the impenetrable darkness answered. Flattery felt alone, and now there was a painful chill around his flesh, a signal that skin sensation was returning to normal. One of the crew had warned them before they had thrown the switch to ignite the artificial consciousness. Flattery could not recall who had voiced the warning, but he remembered it. There must be a threshold of consciousness beyond which a conscious being takes on attributes of God. Whoever said it had seen a truth. Who is bringing me out of hype and why? Somebody's there. Who is it? Speaking still hurt his throat, and his mind was not working properly. The icy core of untouchable memories. Come on, who's there? He knew somebody was there. He could feel the familiar presence of Ship. Okay, Ship. I'm awake. So you assume. That chiding voice could never sound human. It was too impossibly controlled. Every slightest nuance, every inflection, every modulated resonance conveyed a perfection which put it beyond the reach of humans. But that voice told him he was once more a pawn of Ship. He was a small cog in the workings of this infinite power, which he had helped to release upon an unsuspecting universe. This realization filled him with remembered terrors and an immediate awesome fear of the agonies which Ship might visit upon him for his failures. He was tormented by visions of hell. I failed. I failed. I failed. So Ship is out there in the universe now. And what is it trying to do? Who the fuck knows? St. Augustine asked the right question. Does freedom come from chance or choice? And you must remember that quantum mechanics guarantees chance. Raha Flattery, the Book of Ship. So I'm believing that Raha Flattery and Rahalan Flattery himself, the seventh, that was the seventh ship. The seventh is the one who wrote the Book of Ship. Probably told by Ship to write it. And then with the next chapter, you don't know who the hell this is. So I just wanted to get you get your toes dipped into it. We're here, chat. This is the next book. This is the bulk of it. This is the start of the Pandora sequence. Jesus incident, Lazarus effect. I'm forgetting. Lazarus effect, the Jesus incident, Lazarus effect, and the ascension factor. The ascension factor. That's right. Okay, so this is it. This is the first one. We're learning about Ship and his games, and I will let you know right now. Rahalan Flattery, he is one of Ship's favorites. So I mean, who knows if the others are still alive? But I will tell you right now, Raha Flattery. Yeah, maybe because of like all the impressions that he got, religion. Maybe because of like his and Bickle's interactions, how they like play off of each other really well. For whatever reason, chat, Rahalan Flattery is one of Ship's favorite chess pieces. We'll leave it there. thank you for joining me. I really, really am glad that I started reading these books again. Like I said, it's been years since I originally read them, but there's a lot of interesting things to think about, and especially being now in the modern day, where like like actual AI and stuff like that is something that we're on the cusp of. Just to consider such things and have it in your mind. A lot of technical stuff here in Destination Void, and I did sort of just like push through it for sure. I don't think we're gonna get as too many technical stuff coming up in the next books. So yeah, so just know the basics of it. Like what does it mean to create consciousness? Like what does consciousness require once it's been created? A purpose? Do you need a purpose? You need someone to worship you if you've been given a godlike consciousness. you know. But yeah, everybody, thank you for stopping by. We're gonna be doing some gaming probably in a few hours with Japan. Definitely stop by. Don't forget, follow Japan Spits. Okay, we can definitely Japan Spits. Go like, subscribe. Go do the damn things. Go, 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 go. We need you to like, subscribe, follow Japan Spits on YouTube. Get them to 1 million subscribers, everybody. We love Japan. Take care of yourselves. Drink plenty of water. Read a good book. Tell me a good book to read. Like I'm always looking for your suggestions. You guys are great. um, take care of yourselves, everybody. Take care of the people that you love. Don't forget to learn how to worship properly. What does it mean to worship? Write in the comments. Let us know. What does it mean to worship? And some people think that Shiva's a dancing god. I like to think that Shiva's a dancing god. The dance of life and death and everything in between. See you all next time. Oh, see you later. Actually, not next time. Bye 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 bye. Bye. See you later. Meow meow. Bye.